You know what I get ticked off by? People having feelings. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your feelings. Sorry. Hello everyone. I was looking on Twitter. It's so strange to me. I have such a weird relationship with Twitter. I go on there just cuz I want to see like nice nature art. But what I get is like a bunch of VTubers like being either sad, angry, or bitchy. And I'm like, huh. I don't, if you really had something to complain about and you really had a problem with it, instead of going on Twitter and typing about it, you would do something about it. I don't know if that's a bad way. I don't know if that's a bad way to look at it. It probably is. It probably is a terrible way to look at it. But that's just what I feel whenever I see it. Like posts like that. Posts that are not made for jokes, for lols, or nice nature. Seriously. I don't know what Twitter is for nowadays. And I don't know why I go on there. Yes, I do. I just said why. But yes, how's everybody doing? Let me check my stream real quick. Fuck your feelings. Oh man, it doesn't feel like today's a streaming day. Today's gone by so fast already for me. I woke up this morning, I ate, I took a shower, and by that time it was already like 11:30. And I woke up at like 9. So strange. I didn't do anything like interesting today. Did I? Not yet. I've just kind of been chilling out today. Just cuz I stream. Streaming days are chilling out other than doing the stream. I need my full like concentration when streaming to make funnies. Even though half of the time my best moments come from when I'm just doing. When I just let my mind free, that's when it happens. The funnies. I got an at earlier today on Twitter, or not Twitter. I got an at earlier today on Discord, and I got scared. But it was just an announcement for another project that I'm in. I thought it was the message that it was for the message that I sent on Tuesday. Scary. Fucking I literally waiting in anticipation. They replied. They were like, yeah, we'll look over it. And I'm like, thank you. Well, I gave them my signature hands raised emoji. It's my favorite emoji. Do you guys know that? I don't use emojis a lot, but my favorite one is like, can I copy and paste like emojis into like, oh, wow, you remember this? Remember when this happened? Can I copy and paste emojis into raised hands emoji? No, hands plural, please. 2 hands make me feel secure. Having only 1 hand is scary. I can't. Wait, what's I just need a font then, right? Like an emoji friendly font. two boxes. Wait, can I really not use? Do I have to like interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. Nope. Don't save those. I don't want to find a PNG of it because that's annoying. But yeah, I gave them that, and then they didn't reply. I didn't give you. Oh, that's right. On my person, you can't tell that a nosebleed is happening. It's all internal, all internal right here. I forgot when this happened. This was what a strange day. The nosebleed day was, because me shedding blood on stream is an occurrence that I thought was gonna be like, it's never gonna happen. It's happened more times than I thought. It's happened at least 3-4 times on stream. Some kind of blood, including one time on a hand cam stream. But a lot of blood has been happening. Actually, multiple times on hand cam streams. Because there was the tweezer incident, right? Where I dropped the really sharp pair of tweezers. You had 10 nickels. Yeah, right? Fucking, I'd be rich. I have more money than I did before. Oh, whoops. Oh, you didn't see that. I'm real. But yeah. Like, there's a nosebleed, there was the tweezers, the tweezer incident, and then there was the, what was it? The other hand cam, the puzzle hand cam stream, where by the end of the puzzle, my thumb was shredded because of the tearaway tape. When you tear it, and it has like the serrated bits. I shredded my thumb on that. That's how much tape I used. Yo, Ambrosia, what's up? What's up, guys? People are here. Gosh. I gotta turn on my anti-social mode. I was just thinking about that today. I was just thinking about how I'm just like... I was thinking about, like, the reason why I stream in the first place. Which is very, like... It's a scary thought, especially when you say it on stream. Because it's like, is he gonna quit soon? No. No. But I was thinking about it recently, and I was just like, I just like playing games. I think, and it like, the thought of like, what's the point of streaming it passed my mind, and I was like, well, just have a record of it, right? It's not for the... Wow, this is gonna sound such like so assholey. Now that people are here, I do appreciate people being here, but I'm like, the main purpose is to just have yourself on recording playing a game. The people come second. Well, I do appreciate you guys. That is like, to me, is like, it feels like something I have to say out loud just cause it's like the truth. It's like that is so asshole to say. What's up, guys? I appreciate you guys. Anyways, I don't care. I was just thinking about that recently, just cause why was I thinking about that? Was I thinking about quitting? No. I'll be frank. There have been moments like that. There have been moments. And now I think about it, all those moments are like related to people in my chat. It's kind of crazy to me how many people don't know like stream etiquette. I guess it's because it's YouTube, right? I feel, but like, oh wait, I don't have a nosebleed. I don't know why this is still up. Oh, I didn't change this either. I knew I forgot something. But yeah, most of the people that I've had a problem with in my chat are just people that don't know stream etiquette. And it's very frustrating. Because as much as I love being like, fucking stop being a bitch, I'm also like, I'm also the biggest bitch in the Wild West, man. I can't put my foot down for the life of myself. What is this game called? What are we playing today? Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, it's happened a couple times. More than a couple times. I talked about this again. I talked about this already, but no, I didn't apparently. I talked about this already recently, but my latest ban was just someone who just kept talking about unrelated things, and then they spammed chat once, and I was like, there you go. Is that okay? I really need an opinion on this. Is that a really hard rule to follow? Is it? Okay, wait. Let me read out the rule out loud in my description, and I'll deem it. And I'll deem if it is hard to follow or not. Which one is it? Number 4, yes. Generally try to keep the stream on topic. I know I tend to jump all over the place in terms of topics, but don't come in out of nowhere and talk about your life plan where we're talking about cheese. Just don't derail the stream with your own topics unless it seems relevant to what's being said or seen on stream. If you have to think about what you say, whether it's about its relevancy or how comfortable I am talking about it, then just don't say it. Isn't that like super clear? Am I missing something? Wait, are people not reading my rules? Should I just like consolidate my rules? Do people not want to read that? God. Yes. Hey. I'll ban you. Are people being lazy, or am I not being upfront about it enough? I thought me putting a message in chat being like, "Hey, my rules exist." Is that not enough for people to be like, "Gotta check out the rules before I start chatting here?" Like I think it's just a difference on platforms too. YouTube is such, I mean, it's the biggest, what is it? Media thing? Media baby. It's the biggest media baby in the whole entire womb of the internet. So I guess, and it's not, and live streaming isn't the main medium on here, so I mean, I can understand that. It's just annoying. it's annoying, but then my feel bad sensors come on whenever someone comes in and starts talking, because I'm like, oh, new person. I hope they're cool and we like each other, and they're just a cool chat, but then they aren't, and then I'm like, I already treated them nice, so I'm not gonna give them the cold shoulder. Maybe I'm just not cut out. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. No, I'm cut out. I believe it can happen. It's just, gosh. It's just annoying sometimes. Look. Especially during the stream today, right? It's really annoying when it happens during Thursday streams. When I'm playing like a Phoenix Wright game, or like any detective game, really. Like if I'm playing Yangtze. I mean, here's the thing. I think it's the most egregious when I have to voice act. If I have to voice act, I have to be super into it. Right? Yangtze, I brought it up. That game is voice acted already. But there are some parts where I have to voice act. But yeah, most of it is already voice acted, at least the interesting parts of it. The actual trials. And a lot of talking can happen during that. Despite the fact that I would not like it to. If they're talking, I don't want to talk. You know, like it's like a movie, you know? you don't talk during one of like during like I don't know. I was gonna say a confession scene. I haven't watched a romance movie ever. Oh wow, I've never watched a I've never watched a romance movie. Really? Have I never watched a romance movie? I watched a movie with romance as a subplot, but never a romance movie itself. What's a romance movie? Like The Notebook? Air Bud. Remember when Bud got a girl? I never watched Air Bud, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, like, but I don't. Let's watch. What? Cause like even like animes with like anime movies with romance isn't like full like romance subplot, right? I mean, the anime movies that I can think of, right? Kimi no Nawa is the whole plot isn't about the romance. It's about them switching bodies. The chair one. What? You fucking telling me she fell in love with a chair? um, the blind girl one. That one's interesting. I think it plays. I was gonna say it plays more with mental health, but what is love more than a mental health issue? Fucking God, everyone's crazy in that. Everyone who loves anything is crazy. Go see a therapist. Mental illness? No, it's about the girl with the disability. No, what am I saying? The blind girl one. Wow, I am so bad at this. What other movies are there? Oh, the fucking the other disabled one. The girl in the wheelchair. What's her name? Josie and the Sea Lion? What is it called? Oh, Josie the Tiger and the Fish. Okay. Who the fuck's the sea lion? I need to know. This one's cute. I know about this one. Eh. This would make me angry. Yeah, this one would make me angry. Also, knowing that I'm pretty sure I don't know like fully, but like the source material for that movie is different from the actual movie, and the actual movie is like way happier. Something happens in the source material that they don't do. Rom-com, huh? What other what other anime movies are there that are just? Let me see some recommendations. I'm never gonna watch this. I'm not a movie watcher. I just don't like movies that much. Weathering with You, I guess, is a romance movie, huh? What's the plot of Weathering with You? All I know is that it's kind of pretty, right? It Weathering with You always just felt like Kimi no Nawa Part 2, even though it's different characters. It's the same as Chair, too. Chair movie. Oh, oh. I just watched this one actually. What is this one called? Hotaru no Morie? Hotarubi no Morie. I just watched this one's rough. This one's rough. This might be the only one that I like, actually, or the only one that I know. Oh, and then the upside down. Oh, the upside down anime. Wait, do people know about the upside down anime movie? It's about the boy and the girl that are upside down, and they constantly have to hug each other in order for one of them to not like go into the atmosphere. I don't know. I don't know that one. I just know it exists. Is that it? Is Tomoko a movie? Tomoko's not a movie, right? I thought this was a. Really? Oh, Tomoko Market is. Wait, what? Yeah, isn't Tomoko Market an anime? I didn't know Tomoko Market had a movie. I guess the movie is about the couple, Tomoko and the boy. Is her name Tomoko? I've never watched Tomoko's Market. And then this one, A Tunnel to Summer, the exit. Oh, this is the tunnel one. Oh, wow. How'd you find that one out? oh, oh, really? Oh, and then the movie. The wow, this is a super interesting gimmick movie. To every you I've loved before, and then to the solitary me who you loved. It's a pair of movies that you watch one after the other, and they're like connected by like parallel universes, and it's like soulmates or something like that. That's an interesting idea. Actually, no, it isn't. It's very played out. Everyone does it. It's boring and annoying. Gosh. Who the hell thinks of this shit? Sorry. Do you guys think soulmates exist? Do you think anything other than the us that exists now is real? Like, you don't know what's gonna happen after you die. What if after you die, the world just doesn't exist anymore, you know? You're never gonna know. We don't know. I've always, like, pe- people and things are gonna cease to exist after my existence is up. You know what I just thought about? Like, you know how, like, when you first start living, the world ends with you. I need to play that game. I seriously need to play and finish that game. I've played through it. I haven't played through it. I've played a bit of it. Like, I've gone to the first boss of that game, but I haven't gone past it. I played it with my cousin. Yeah, I need to play this game. Is there a way to play this? Switch? Okay. I'll think about it. I thought about it recently, right? But, like, you know how, like, when you first start living your life, your first few years are kind of like a blur, you know? What if what if that's just you dreaming? You know what I mean? Like, it's cuz I had a dream recently, right? And I was supposed to write it down in my dream notebook just cuz it was actually it was like a scary dream. It was a very memorable scary dream, actually. If it didn't have such like a weird impact on me, I would have forgotten it by now. But I still remember it. But I haven't written it down yet. But it made me think, like, dreams you forget pretty easily after a while, right? Because they're not real. Nothing in your real life happens for you to be reminded of a dream, right? If you get reminded of something, if you get reminded of a dream in something in your real life, you're gonna think it's some kind of premonition, right? But I I was thinking about that, and what happens? What if it's like the us that exists now is just a fully calibrated version of a past one's dream. Does that make sense? Am I getting is it okay to get existential here? I mean, I don't. This is just me kind of like pulling something out of my ass, right? But you know, like, what if the us now is like is a fully calibrated version of our past self? Yeah, is someone who's already died fully calibrated into a dream, you know? Who knows? Like I say, none of you are real. Nobody's real ever. Anywhere. Time? You know? It's just a thought. I hope that thought brings comfort more than like stress, you know. Cuz here's the thing about that thought and the way I take it. And actually a piece of advice that I actually like that I heard recently, which is like nothing is real. nothing 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 is real. And what I mean by that is that your mind, right? Your mind is constantly thinking of your mind is developed from past experiences and you know what's happened in your life, and you know whether that be good positive things and trauma, you know, that's happened in the past. And that fundamentally and what happens to you and how you take it and shape it into your brain is how it is formed, right? But those thoughts, they form your brain, right? But after that, right? After you take them in, you've internalized them. After that, they kind of just don't exist, right? And more likely than not, if you are the type of person to dwell on your past, more likely than not, your view of that memory is like skewed by a brain already affected by it. So if you're the type of person that dwells on it, you know, especially if it has like a negative connotation with you, you'll take it worse and worse the longer you think about it. It's like a cycle. It's like a cycle of bad. I think that's what people mean by like live in the now. Then, because the now exists in the moment. The now is real. Is the only time that is real. And the only time that cannot be changed is the now, right? The future can be changed. Well, the future can be changed by the you now. But the past can't. But the past isn't real. So, yeah, that's why people are like, what's happened in the past has happened in the past. And you've taken it, and you've taken it in, assuming that it's happened a long time ago. But other than that, there's no... Who's saying what can happen next? If you see something and you think you know what's going to happen based on what's happened in the past, you're wrong. Is that the right way to put it? Yeah. I forget what the actual, because it was a Reddit post that I read. But I heard that and I was like, huh, that makes sense. I thought I put thought on it. A minimal amount of thought on it. But it was something that made my mind go, that makes sense. Something about, is this actually number 9? It is. There you go. Live your life now. Make choices that will do better for you. Don't dwell in the past. Like, if you smoked in the past, stop smoking. Stop it. I've recently found out, sudden topic change. I've recently found out that smoking is kind of a way bigger thing than I thought it is. Like I was watching. I've said this a lot in the past like couple weeks. I've been watching a lot of like JP VTubers, and it is amazing to me how many of them smoke, like cigarettes, and I'm like, whoa, fucking what? This is bad. Stop. Don't do it. If you keep smoking, you're gonna talk like this, you know? And you're gonna have a hole in your throat. Doesn't that scare you? It scares me. And and I might not care about you, but I care about the state that you put yourself in. No, that's not right. I don't care about you, but I don't want you to do that. I know I sounds really like, me saying either is very like selfish, you know, but I don't like it. Stop it. Find something else. A hobby. Would a hobby make you feel better? It's just scary. It's scary how it's kind of like alcohol, you know? Like, it's scary how accepted it is, kind of. It's so strange to me cuz you know, the whole alcohol thing, dude. I don't know if people know this about me, but I'm like not averse to drinking really. I'm the only time I really do drink, I like social drink, right? But like whenever I think about, what is it called? The ban on alcohol in America? Whenever I think about that and I think about how people fucking overthrew like everything here in order to have it, it really like, cuz the thing is, right, us in America, we view that event as bad, right? Like, we shouldn't have banned alcohol, right? But like we shouldn't have banned alcohol because a bunch of people fucking like did they fucking went to town, right? And you know, it's like the marijuana talk. But then you like see the state of people and what happens when people get drunk or like are high, you know, and it's just kind of, I don't know if this is a super controversial like position to take on this. Now that I think about it, like everything is good controlled, right? Having a good control is nice. Like, you're going to a bar, you have you have like a bartender or a drink master? Which one's the one that makes a mixologist? That's what it is. You have a mixologist there, and he like brews up some kind of like potion for you to drink, and you drink it, and it's like, thank you. And he's like, good day, sir. Yeah. you know? And I'm like, that's cool, right? And you go home, you either call an Uber or you have a friend there that's just drinking water. Right? But then like you see a culture like especially in America where it's just like a bunch of like reckless people doing reckless stuff. And I'm just like, oh. Do I maybe I'm just too bougie for this. I'm not even bougie. I just don't like it when people do things that put themselves in danger. I just don't like seeing that. I don't care about you. I just don't want to see it. Period. That's what I mean. Yes. I don't. If you smoke, don't do it in front of me. If you drink recklessly, don't do it in front of me. If you do anything bad, don't do it in front of me. Because then I'll feel bad for not stopping you. It sucks. But the problem is I understand why people do it. I mean, I've tried everything. I shouldn't say that. I've tried like the three stuff that I've said. Actually, no, I haven't tried cigarettes. Cigarettes are just kind of gross. But I've tried like vaping once or twice. And I understand it. But to continue to engage in smoking that stuff is scary because it'll become like it's an addiction, isn't it? Smoking especially. Like my sister and basically everyone outside of my direct family, like they all do some sort of inhalation, right? And I sit there and I'm like, why? What's the point? To be stressed about things and like to live day by day, like despite how hard it is, isn't that just what living life is about? Seriously, I have the stance, but if you do that stuff, I'm not here to be like a fucking martyr or like some kind of like ever all-seeing eye that judges people for what they do, right? I think everybody has their own circumstance and their own situation, right? And it's just that's just my personal thoughts on it, and I might be ignorant to something. It sounds like I'm like talking about a serious topic. Am I? Is this a serious topic? I guess it is, huh? Addiction is usually bad. Addiction to anything is usually bad. No, let me put it like that. Like that kind of the food rule about like take everything in moderation. That you should kind of apply that everywhere. But it's a hard rule to follow. I think all living people nowadays that are able to hear this, I think they understand that everything in moderation is a hard thing to follow. And to that I say, as long as you're doing your best and you're working towards a goal, right? You're working towards a goal and you're doing your best. That's good enough, right? What's happening? What's happening? Do you appreciate this talk? Do you appreciate this talk from me? Live life well. Live life for the experience of it, because you don't know what's gonna happen afterwards. The now is now. You're only your age once, and then you forget it. You know, you either forget it or it never happens again. We don't know what happens after death. Like after death, we either have an eternal dream, we go to some afterlife, or we're asleep forever. And all you'll know is the pitch black darkness of your eyelids. Yeah? Or the bottom of a boulder. I don't know how people might die. Glorified death is such a scary thing too. Actually, no, I understand it. The thing about like having dying as like a stake, right, is like, you know, it's the now or never, right? If you don't do this thing, you're gonna die. Kind of. I understand that. I understand why people would like it, just because it's like full marks, you know? Full engagement, like, oh, fuck. What is scary, man? It's scary that we play around with that idea. But, you know, the ultimate thrill. Gosh, what was I talking about? Jesus. Sorry, I like went on like a full tangent about like, I don't even remember. I spaced out so hard during that. That feels like one of the rare, like, what is it, like, genuine Hase thoughts. It just felt weird just because I legit just like was riffing my off my mind. That's super hard to do. I don't know if people understand how hard that is. Like, because first of all, being a good person is hard. Being a good person is hard. Right? But on top of that, being a good person that's able to explain and be confident about their good doing is extra hard on top of that, right? Oh my god. Oh. Whoa. Sorry. Just saw something. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to find genuinely good people to the core. It is. And I'm not that person. But if you find them, cherish them. Cause you never know what might happen, or what's going to happen, or what they're going through. Everyone kind of has their deep dark secrets. I'm not that person though, please. There needs to be less of me in the world. Less of me. Less people like just selfishly taking up space for their own desires, and more people who are willing to contribute to other people's lives. That sounds sad. that sounds like I'm being sad. I'm not. It's kind of real. But What else is there to talk about? Actually, the thing that I was like flabbergasted about earlier. I don't know what's happening or what this is, right? But there's like this. Do people know what I'm talking about when it's like this? What is it? This like pixel art thing that people do on a map. First of all, I love pixel art. I love pixel art. I wish I could do pixel art. I wish I could do art. If I could have like, yo, maybe that's a dream. Having a pixel art like avatar. That's nice. How would that even happen? Or you know what I mean? Like a pixel art ping that I can use on stream. That'd be nice. I don't play a lot of pixel art games on stream, do I? Not really. When was the last time I played a pixel art game? Was it 1-bit heart? It might have been 1-bit heart. I love pixel art. Okay. But yeah, like people are doing like this whole thing on a map somewhere, and I don't really care. Like it's like a community thing, and people like do things on it. But like people are getting like pretty heated about it. I didn't think this would ever like be a real like. I didn't think this would ever be like a real discussion or like a real thing that's happening right now, but we're actually seeing like two communities clash with each other on there, and it's really annoying. The whole situation. It's like you're never gonna believe this. It's the Uma Musume people versus the Deltarune people. Fucking wild. And prejudices are being shown. People are fighting for their lives on each side. It's such a weird like infight because it's just so baby. I did this first. No, we did this first is what it's kind of like. I don't know the full extent of it, but that's kind of the gist of it. And then people are now like, what is vandalizing? I think is the right word. Vandalizing works of art on there, and it's becoming like, here we go. You guys either got to fight for your lives or admit defeat and call yourselves the sub the sub of the ship. Yeah, the thing is, there's only really one way for really anyone on the internet to like what is it? Overcome adversity. No, to resolve a conflict. There really is only one way, right? And that's for everyone in each community to make out with each other. Why? I don't know. That's just kind of how the internet is nowadays. If you're not kissing each other's fucking bussies, then I don't know what. I can't believe that word just came out of my mouth. I'm sorry. I tried to think of like a thing that people would kiss, and I was like, ugh. You don't kiss lips or you don't kiss tongues. I was gonna say tongue, but I'm like, you should like kissing tongue? That doesn't make sense. And I'm like, oh, ass, but like more extravagant. Ah, yes. Yeah, that's the thing though. You just let them fight it out. I'm not in either one of those communities. I play Uma Musume and I like nice nature. I'm a nice nature guy. I'm not an Uma Musume guy. Yeah, is there anything else that's been happening recently? Man, I really want to talk about that dream, but I really don't remember it now that I think about it. It was the weirdest. Wait, I really don't remember it actually. I was about to start like trying to go off, but I really don't remember it. It was like what was it? What was it like? We were going on a trip. I was going on a trip with my family. Something about going abroad. And then like something about, oh, I don't have my passport, which is wild because we got like, why would we get tickets and do a whole trip and not even get everyone's passports? And it was like we got left behind something something. We were still able to go despite the fact that we didn't have a passport. We went, something happened where like we started getting like chased by something, or like something was hunting us. I forget what it was. Man, yeah, I really don't remember. This is why you always write down your dreams, man. It was such an interesting dream too, because it was so vivid, is the thing. I remember the dream, like I remember seeing color in the dream. It was like and it was like a beige-ish, like a light beige, you know? I saw a lot of light beige, like kind of like like sand, not but not that yellow. It's more brown. Like if you think of sand, like you think of like a desert sand, that just darker, just a bit darker, like that color. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because we were going on a vacation somewhere, but just like it had that color to it. Do I have synesthesia? I mean, everybody dreams. The thing is, I don't know how vividly people dream. Or I know people like have aphantasia and synesthesia, right? Those things exist, right? But you know, I'm pretty low on that. Is it called aphantasia? I keep Yeah, it's called aphantasia. Yeah, like I'm pretty low on the aphantasia scale. Like I don't see a lot, cuz like especially cuz the most vivid thing that I see when I is like when I close my eyes, right? Is if I'm closing my eyes to rub them. Like it's something that happens a lot when I'm in the shower, right? But like I close my eyes and I rub my eyes, and what happens is that I go into like a floating space that I imagine is similar to like the Fantasy Star Online like loading screen, you know, like when it's like and there's like a ball or something flying around. It's like that space, like that black space, but instead of it being like the rings that you fly by and like that little thing flying around the screen, it's it's like it's like straight lines and like angles, like straight 90-degree angles and lines of like a not neon green, but like a light green. And I'm doing the thing where I'm like going around them and going through them. That is the most vivid thing that I can think up of. Like if I close my eyes right now, I can't think of anything, or I can't like picture anything, because all I see is the light coming from my monitor, right? But as soon as I start rubbing my eyes, that's when, oh, you're going through space. Oh, you gotta dodge these green lines. That's what it's like for me. But yeah, I wonder how people do that. Well, it's something you're born with, huh? Synesthesia. Feeling something, like listening to something and then being able to tell a color from it. I saw that recently on Twitter, like someone was like, send me a PNG and a song that you sang, and I'll give it a color, and I'll be like, wow, they could be bullshitting the entire stream, but I could fucking fall for it because it's just one of those things that's just like, it's just one of those. What is it? It's just one of those things where it's like you can't explain it. That's the word. You know what I mean? Like, or you're never able to confirm it. Is 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 yeah, it's never gonna happen. Impressive, no? Sorry, I started looking at Twitter again. This is the third time I checked Twitter while I was on stream today. I don't know why. My I should just open Twitter and then look at my bookmarks. I don't like anything on Twitter. Oh my god. I only save things in my bookmarks. I opened up my bookmarks, and one of the tweet. I don't know if you guys saw this. Well, I don't know if people are still in like the HSR community, but the new banner came out for the new physical girl, who's like Dot, right? She came out, and I like her design. I would roll for her, but she's Dots, so I don't use her. So she's just gonna be pretty in other people's teams, and probably my friends list somewhere. But yeah, she came out, and I was going through Twitter, and I got a Mr. Pokey clip, and I was like, "Oh, look, he's rolling like always." And I'll just watch this, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, look, he rolled one, and look, this one was." He said, "Oh, this one was early, right?" And I'm like, yeah, that's early." And then like he pressed skipped, and he got another 5-star. He got a double 5-star roll, and I'm like, "Oh, cool." But it was he lost to 50-50. He got Clara, so he got girl, and then he got Clara, and then he's like, "Okay, I'll shut up." You know, the next one wasn't supposed to come early, but here we are. And then he rolled again, and or he pressed skip again, and he got another 5-star. He got a triple 5-star roll. And I don't know if he won 50-50 the first time, but he lost 50-50 and then won 50-50 in the same roll. Isn't that crazy? He got a 5-star, he lost 50-50 on a second 5-star, and then he won 50-50, or then he won guaranteed on another 5-star, all in the same roll. It was wild. I don't know what the chances are for that. It's less than 1% early 5-star, right? Rate. What is that? 0.6%. So if you multiply 0.06 by 0.06 by 0.06, that was a 1 in... How do you do the math for this? Is a... Wait, hold it. Yeah, 0.06, 0.06. So then you... It's a 0.02%. 0.02% chance of that happening, right? Which is a 1 in... How do you do the math for this? If 1%, if 100% is a 1 in 1 chance, then it is a 1 in 10 chance, right? 10% is a 1 in 10 chance? Wait, then what does it become when you decimal it? No, 1% is a 1 in 100 chance. That means a decimal is a 1 in 1,000 chance, right? 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 2 million. A 1 in 2 million chance of that happening. 2 million. 2 million? Wow. I can't even win those odds on Uma Musume. It's kind of sad, actually. I I actually want Smart Falcon just because I think she's cute. I like her. I like her comic where she's like advertising for her concert. Her official comic where she's like doing that, and Asian Flash is like, yeah, you go. I like that comment. I like that she's trying her best, but I've rolled like what 50 times, and I've gotten 3 5-stars, but all 3 5-stars were were I got special week, I got rice shower, and then I got my 4th copy of Oguri Cap. That lady has come home 4 times. The first time she didn't even come home 4 times. She came home 3 times, and the 4th time or the first time was I picked her in the selector. It's kind of sad. I really wish I hadn't chosen her now. I didn't think she was gonna come home 3 times. Like even then I really wanted, you know, there are other characters that I like. I mean, I got Special Week and Rice Shower, which is great and all, but you know, who else is there? Like Silent Suzuka, McQueen, Shuttle, any of them? Any of them? Nah, you can have 3 Oguri Caps though. She greedy. She's greedy. Oh man, it's 1 o'clock already. Gosh, today felt like a talking day. Oh, I just didn't realize it. I was just fucking talking up my ass. But here we are. Let's play some The Great Ace Attorney game. Yeah? I will once again preface this as I open up the game. If you haven't watched the other Ace Attorney streams, right, and you're only here for me talking, which is strange, leave. Please do watch the other streams. I kind of implore that you watch the other streams before watching this one, just because we are in the middle of a pretty climactic story right now. You know, we're getting to the bottom of a case that's happened, and you know, it involves a lot of characters that we care about and have learned about over the course of the game. So if you haven't watched the other streams, please do watch the other streams. Click off right now. Right now. This is your spoiler warning. If you have watched the other streams, first of all, thank you. Second of all, I won't fuck up this time. I won't super fuck up this time. I watched that stream, the last Ace Attorney stream. Took like 40 minutes on that one testimony. It was really sad. It was really sad. It was something so obvious, and yet I was there fucking being a moron. But that's a very like Hase move, isn't it? Spending an hour or 2 on one thing. But it's okay. Today I'm gonna try my best to be as locked in as possible. So hopefully that doesn't mean I don't talk as much. Or hopefully that doesn't mean that. Hopefully I'll still talk and be able to lock in just a bit. Just because I don't want that to happen again without a walkthrough. I had to use a walkthrough for that. Can you believe that? I'm so ashamed of myself. It's like when I played Is 1 and 2, and I was like, I hope I don't miss anything, and I did. So I was like, I gotta use this. Actually, there was a couple times where I got stuck in the game. It's very like, oh, Is was was pixel art. I completely forgot about that. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is your spoiler warning. Leave if you haven't watched the other ones. Don't leave if you haven't. Or lurk. Actually, lurk and don't say anything, and you didn't watch it, but you don't care. You know what? That's fine too. As you know, as I say, as long as I don't see you, you're good. You know, like as long as it's not in front of me. But yeah, Tony Cow. Yo, Tony Cow, what's up? How you doing? So, what happened last time on Phoenix Wright? I need to get my controller first. It's not Phoenix Wright. It's Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. How could I keep being such a fuck up? I'm so sorry. Don't use that blade on me, sir. Okay, yeah. But last time, I got angry. I got really mad at the game. Because the testimony that we had done was one that was super simple that I should have gotten in like 2 minutes, but the way they proved it and also the way they kind of talked about it was kind of all over the place. Gun. Gun. I hated that. It was super ass. But I also understand what they meant and got mad at myself for not noticing it sooner, but also they were fucking dumb about it, so I don't completely blame myself. But yeah, today hopefully we'll see through the rest of the trial today, cuz like I said last time, another reason why I kind of ended the stream early last time was cuz I'm going to assume that this case is going to take a lot longer than the other cases, and I assume there's going to be a part 2 investigation and a part 2 trial. If there isn't, then like, oh, we finished the first game today. But if there is, you know, we have two more weeks of content, which I'm not against. So yeah, before we start, I'm gonna turn my AC as well. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, that's my vocal tuning. It does feel like there's something in my throat, though. I've been feeling it since I woke up this morning. I don't know what it is. You know, one of my biggest fears for when I go to the doctors again, because I haven't had a proper checkup, like of like my throat and stuff, in like ever, right? Like even ever since I started singing, I'm really scared that when I go there, they're gonna be like, yeah, you're like, if you keep doing what you do, you're gonna like you're not gonna be able to do that anymore. And I'm like, oh, no, don't say that to me, please. Solution gun. No, it's last resort. Break if no other options. Seriously. Excuse me. Yeah. It's just like one of those like, all right, we're good. Like behind like the closed door, like, what the? I told you we're selling them for 30, not 20. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Okay. God, it's weird to just jump back into it. I don't do this normally. That Mr. Windybank was now holding a firearm of any description. That's right. They should have been obvious. Oh, shit. You what? Gordon Bennett. That ain't right. Yeah, these brothers again. Yeah, the apple and pear brother. I still don't know what their joke is. Still don't know. There can be no question that this victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was the one found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that mold tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam!
kind of thing.
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Eh?
If the crime had taken place as colorfully described in your testimony, it would raise an undeniable significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Oh, goodness. How was your voice? Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. My learned, small-eyed Nipponese friend is just like, whoa! Back at it. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates his inconsistency in the portrayal of the victim's final moments? Oh, we're actually going to this. Shot in the back, right? This is it, right? This is it, and I'm not just like being bullshitted again. It's just like he has to fight some kind of demon. He's always fighting some kind of demon, but he just loses sometimes, and he just lets one thing slip. You Eastern rice field tilling fuck, and it's like, whoa, huh? According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the events happening almost simultaneously, or so we have been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind.
Oh.
So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin.
Yeah, go!
Yeah, that's right. I tried to point this out earlier, but I guess I was too fast. I'm sorry.
But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had his gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun?
Some might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission of these two witnesses. That on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
Yeah, Gregson being the third brother, just like, I do not know what they are doing. I shall enjoy my fish and chips. Order, order, order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Oh, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with the new lies?
Ever so suddenly, Governor. Truth is, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us.
He? Who are they talking about? Really? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bro, come on, the game's up. But he'll have our guts for
garters? What does that say? In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out That was really cool, right? I don't know right now, like... On the night in question, it is now apparent that the brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again and explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well, do we have to?
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Cool. Hi, Gregson. Encounter with the victim.
Alright, so we did just go outside and the gaff and he heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. But an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chuckled over the counter. He pulled the gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Chill, yeah, chill, dude. Yeah, he knows how to keep his place. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hiding.
Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Nice. Look at him. He's just chilling here. I still don't know. Honestly, he could just be chilling in the back, but he's here giving us assistance, and I like that. It makes me think. Oh, we can't look at people here. It makes me think that they didn't actually run into him. Right? They might have run into someone else. All right, so we just got inside the gaff, and he had a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and perpetrator of the shop, proprietor of the shop. Wow, the victim and the perp. Mr. Windybank?
Who else? I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought one was gonna come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped out from. Only place it could have been.
So, what was your voice? So, it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premises.
Which means, Ginny must have been in there at that point as well.
What? But that doesn't make sense, does it? Yeah, everything you just said didn't make sense. If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at the time?
What? The mall toller? Couldn't tell ya. No cover. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer had just lost it.
Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
Hold it!
Flew at us. You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Windybank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. And then all of a sudden he came at us. He did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, I thought we had it. I mean,
For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chuckled. He chucked me. Oh, I thought you said he chuckled me over the counter. He really laughed me. He really laughed at me while we stared at each other with guns.
what are you laughing at?
He's just like, oh. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, which knocked over the picture frame, which knocked them scales to the floor.
So in fact, that sound wasn't a gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter?
Well, Big Bravier went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windybank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
We still don't know if it's him, though, right? Well, yeah, the events are playing out really weirdly, isn't it? Why would he come out? I pulled the gun on him, and then he legged through that door into the back room. I see. You had the gun. I thought the other guy had the gun. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank?
No, never. I was just, looking out for me, bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes? And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? He was just protecting his bro. So sensible, no?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran through that door and shut himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran back into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him, with a gun.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how'd the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hand again?
I have no idea, but it's strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the thing is, me and me bruv here. That's right, Ringo, Nash. That's right, me and me bruv here.
We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's what happened, I swear. You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went in and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked, it was, from the inside. We know what it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. How'd you say that? Situation? Shush. Yo, Sock, what's up? Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The The sole person who could have possibly shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, fuck!
It would appear so. What would you say to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank?
There could have, right?
12-kilometer march day? Holy crap, how long does that take? Rest up those legs. Now I'm chilling watching you. That's right. Welcome. Sit back, relax. We play some great Ace Attorney. How was that? 12-kilometer march? It's kilometers, so I'm American, so I don't know how long that is. Damn. 7.5 miles of marching? With the vests, I assume, right? Damn. Work up that stamina. You're gonna be as strong as the horse girls. You can run a full horse track soon. And backpack, wow. I just saved you. Good job. I always believed in you. Yeah, there could have been. Mr. Skulkin. Our group was first place. Ah, I see. It's in groups, huh?
What? What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did.
And what is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer here. Yeah. Mr. Linky Man could have done it. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must provide answers to the court with respect. In respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. And it's 35... Oh. Really? So you guys wore the vest and the back and the backpack. Is that like a full is that like a full suit? Like, you know, like the like, do you wear gloves? or is that all you're wearing? The vest and the backpack. And a helmet. Do you guys wear a helmet? That's crazy. I'd be dying. Do they give you water? Do they give you water during that? Do you have a water ration? No breaks? Man, that's... I would die. Yeah, yep, you married... Wow. That's harsh. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Our group didn't do water breaks? Oh, but you could do water breaks. I see, and that's why you're first. Do you get something for being first? I hope so. Yeah. Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Rena? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show to the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Pain. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where the person could have fired the gun. They could have fired it right here at the door! The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And an answer to the second question. Pain. Are you on a rest day now? Do you just sit back and relax, or like have you come back for your weekend, or are you still at the base waiting for the next day? assuming the assuming the culprit fired from that location indicated, where was the victim at the time? He was right here. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from the bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stains and the blood on the floor room, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. Which tells us that he almost certainly was shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where the shooter was when the fatal bullet was fired. Just chilling on my timeout. Yeah, just sit back, chill out. Damn, he dead. Oh yeah, he's so dead. Chill out, relax. You're always welcome here. He's our dead dude. And then the accused is this game's best girl. Slowly becoming. So you're adamant that the fired was shot? The shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony,
I put me gun on him, and then he threw that door into the back room.
if Mr. Windybank ran through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time.
Oh.
It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Yeah.
Aha.
Come to think of it, do you remember when the prosecutor said what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
You small-eyed Nipponese fuck. Just like, why don't you go back to your homeland and eat some rice? It's just like,
Bruno? That's the moment you're thinking about?
It's just like, sorry, he's a racist. I love that his one character trait for me will always just be he's kind of an asshole racist. But I think he's learning to be better, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until the end of the game. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the room on a rising diagonal trajectory. Ah shit. What was your voice? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man. Shot while running away as fast as he could to safety.
Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Oh, wow. Really? That's an assumption. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still would have entered his body from an upward trajectory. But isn't there still gunpowder wounds on his back? I would assume the gunpowder wounds on his back indicate that the gun was like right in his back when they shot him, right? He couldn't... If he was running, he couldn't have been far behind him.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Don't throw the wine. I'm sure my learned friend cannot have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Did you see what they do first? No, I didn't. What did they do? He has a Dutch name, huh? Oh, this is Dutch? Van Zieks? It does sound Dutch, huh? It sounds somewhere in Europe. No, what do they do? You claim the victim was shot as he... Do you also claim that his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Oh, what? What? What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario you just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside of the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the door from the inside? It was Gina, yeah?
Ooh, ooh, it's me, brother. Ah, yes, it is you. And look, it's me, brother.
This art. Look at them. Oh, we're making progress. Yeah, it's Gina. Thank God, right? Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Oh yeah, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Oh, really? Ain't that bad? And that tracks with... Oh, really? Ah. Oh, I see. Ah. Well, I still want to see his, like... I'm pretty sure he's going to have, like, a character arc throughout this entire trial. I really want to see how it plays out. Have big notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Character growth, yeah, right? I always want to see it. Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by a bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would have the defendant done in that moment?
Ah, I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut, locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it! Ah, who's shooting their gun? But I ain't. I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov. We ain't. You got to believe us. I mean, come on. We'd never shoot no one.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Wait, doesn't this prove them innocent? They only shot one bullet. A single round was fired. Yes. Uh-oh. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder.
Yeah.
Oh, I want a breakdown from him. Can we have a proper one? Just like... Where does this leave us? You mean to say that it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? And I should have known it was those three brothers. Three? They look as shady as a dense forest.
That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know. First time ever. And probably last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not.
What? He's talking in like this like low gravelly kind of trying British voice, and he laughs. I think this is the first time he's ever laughed in front of us, right? The demon. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? Why does he laugh like that? You find the situation amusing, Miss Lord Von Zeeks. I find myself the defense argument most persuasive. Oh, he's drinking. I dare say. Such... Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? He's using words I don't know. The hypothesis you put forward is ostensibly credible, cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? What is it? Is it the one that I thought of earlier? Surely it couldn't have. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Von Zeeks. I might have an idea to explain this bolly conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really simple to understand. Oh! You're gonna start a fire if you keep doing that. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets! Yes. 1.
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Oh wow. He did it! We just gotta wait for the leg slam now, huh? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. Waiting for my moment. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body and struck the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. Shit. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find.
If a single bullet was fired fired from the brother's gun to hit Mr. Sholmes, that means Mr. Windybank was not shot by the same gun stop. Only one bullet stop. Exactly. Yes, This Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Oh, my back! Oh, yeah. Order. Don't throw it. Why? We aged that for 10 years. That was my best project. Like, you see the winemaker in the back just be like, what the fuck, dude? That was my father's batch before he died. Yeah, this is his satisfied throw. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery. Lord Von Zeeks, don't do that. It's a hazard. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. In truth, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see, beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And we have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. What was the significance of this disc? Oh, let's flash back.
I'll be taking that whatever it is to McGilda's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine. It's mine. I'm sorry, miss. What anything belonging to McGill did is taken away and taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly didn't belong to her. And with none of that subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Oh, goodness gracious! Yeah, someone's thumb was scratched, right? Oh, the Frenchman. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets the fact that it's peril. I see. I think it'd be prudent to take this music box to the evidence council as a grim testament to the defendant's chamber.
Lord Van Zeek somehow.
Inspector Gregson. Oh. Yes, Inspector.
I had a meeting yesterday with the yard at the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc would be used as evidence.
Pet mouse, yeah. We can't forget about the Russian terrorist with the pet mouse. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? Are you hiding something, Inspector? It's the first time he said anything to Von Zeeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meat.
But those were the those were the instructions. Right from the top, the government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Oh, something's happening, right? Something's happening with them? Oh. Yeah, it is. This is the same one. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence. Dude, she's crushing his shit. It's okay. He'll just spawn new full ones. Indeed, a bailiff. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Adieu. Dutch. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. My chips! I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Reno.
My lord! I wonder if I might add something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. I've been stumbling about it in the fog up until now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden, the answer is wholly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no! Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Damn, everyone's
Guilty.
again.
Guilty.
God damn it.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah, guilty. That's what he sounds like. Damn it. We have to do a summation examination again? A summation examination. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that. For Hurley. How dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. How is the fire flying? 1930s England. And their magic, you know. It's like how they're secretly keeping Hogwarts hidden from us, you know. That's where they learned it from. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and your juries ready? Yeah, the squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Cool. God damn it. All of you. Switching sides again. I thought we were chilling. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, huh? Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. That's what you're...
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. In every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I could see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay, not terrorist. It would seem that there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. Well, when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me.
That's not fair.
Iris?
The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. I'm so fucked! Shit. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. I'm not fucked. With these lips that Cosmo so lush, so lusciously graced. I mean, yes, my lord. That animation is so strange just because of how pronounced Ryunosuke's lips are during it. The defense is rebuttal. Once a rogo is a rogue, I say. Okay.
MAULED!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well. Are all the members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? Yes. No, I'm just illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal soul through and through, can't deny. When you say that she had shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yeah, of course. Right. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find across Europe. Yes, because he just has that money. I wish I had a friend like that. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Mr. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it for more details. Oh. Hint hint. Game. Or player. You are looking at it, right? I mean, we did look at this before. Here, we'll look at it again. Oh, Reno, look! This is blood. Oh, we can look at the blood on the disc. Oh! The Frenchman's gonna come up again. Oh. This is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but it's definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Aha! 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 Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. All right, hold still with that disc, Reno. Like, can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Purple? Blue? Green! Oh, what a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Fucking Dare. Who? Or Doko, more like. We know who Dare is. Dare wa French hito de show. For Mr. McGilded. That man you defended. That's that man you defended a couple months ago, isn't it, Reno? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Huh? No, they aren't. Wait, what? Huh? Yeah, it is only this one. I mean, there is a chance that the colors could come out the same. I'm like thinking like Sholmes is Frenchman, but that doesn't make sense. Oh, whoops. As there are only 2 bullets found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited to dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yeah.
sometimes after dining, crockery goes missing. 1 or 2 guests rather the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere, of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it! Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Fuck! Look, the 3rd bullet right here! He's just like... Cosmo, tell me. The 3rd bullet is up my ass. What? A 3rd bullet was definitely fired from a different gun. Are ballistic markings not a thing in olden England right now? I guess anywhere in the world it isn't a thing. Oh, look at that. It totally changed shape. Yep, that's what buttons are for, Bruno. You really like buttons. Yep. I love buttons. Pressing buttons is my favorite. I've examined this already. The 3rd bullet is right here. This! I don't suppose this would pass as the 3rd bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Fuck! Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning not much. In no way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark. Counsel, at the very least, I would expect the evidence you present to be of the correct form. It's been a long day. Let's actually try to find this dead bullet before we attempt that again, Reno. Sorry. I thought we did find it though. You know, the 3rd bullet. 3rd bullet. It's the 3rd bullet. Oh, whoops. Save gun. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth. Every which way you look at it, it was the pickpocket. Or was it? So if I understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, one left eye one, and the other slightly different right eye one.
Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions like this.
So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them.
I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock.
How can you be so sure of that?
Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot at the great detective, didn't they?
Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice.
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this guy's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
You're still talking about this. Would you please stop muttering about... Sorry. Would you please stop muttering about things that would have nothing to do with the trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say if it has nothing to do with trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man with the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... Yeah, he was operating on Sholmes.
What was that fellow's names? Hurlich? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes by any chance?
Oh, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow!
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? Why are you here?
That's right. Using the latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tuned coat,
What, a fine-tuned coat?
but couldn't find a bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes,
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
the counsel for the defense is correct. As is shown, clearly shown in the photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region and exited his body, lodged, exited his body and lodged at the shop wall where the calendar was hanging from. You think you find it?
Oh, yeah. Wait, shit. Was I saying that the entire time? Yes. Whoops. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Huh. Who do you think I am, son?
Well, jury number 4 is about to be the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't any trace of injury. There's no sign of the
Bullet left his body at all. What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere inside the man's innards, which is why I set up about slicing him up. But I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it?
Wow, you're a bad doctor.
Can someone please explain how it happened? Can someone please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much as a mystery as how this jury was put together. The accused attempted a theft the previous day. I can see him in for a busy day ahead. What do you mean you're in for a busy day?
Forget to say stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop.
A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe, stop.
Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves and the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
What do you not know about guns? I thought you were just a tourist.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew?
I have much experience with guns.
Ah,
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme and violent blood of,
extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
those extreme violent bloodbath. English, very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have question about bullets and guns, ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve.
He's very confident in his knowledge about guns, that's for sure.
But, if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident. Sorry.
Sorry. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Von Seeks managed to convince everyone.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need more materials. And we're going to have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Somehow. Let's ask, Choo-choo! I really do love his mouse. Look at him. Like he's just... Wait, is he just chilling at the edge of the... He is! Hi! Choo-choo! Anyways, let's put these two together.
Objection.
Please explain the mystery of the bullet. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that I put... wait, what? Hold up, let me think about this. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, a ballistics expert.
Pitting, P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there are no signs of an exit wound in his back, we can assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling, juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away from mountainside in freezing cold. Golly. 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 The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers was hunting guns, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound.
Then where'd the bullet go?
The bullet never hit me. What?
What? Well, if it never hit you, why'd you
Why you fell down?
The bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. Huh? What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. That's an interesting idea. It made deep wound that looked like bullet wound.
Goodness gracious.
Of course. Piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And the solution for the mystery of Mr. Disappearing Bullet.
But it doesn't answer the question at all.
Hmm?
The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Runo, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he wears his little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in investigations.
Wow. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. Lord Von Zeeks. Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, They removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Oh, thank goodness! I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping all along with the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed.
Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch! Yeah, who said that? Why is it nameless?
I see. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that. One of the vials is broken, and the letter around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the vial exploded. Oh, are we gonna find the third bullet here?
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. Pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet does not penetrate victim, but was deflected onto wall of shop. What? Is it that strong after it hit something? No, I don't think that's right. A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, if it would appear that one mystery has been solved at least.
Don't throw it. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case still remain unaltered. Fuck you!
Bitch! Fuck you, bitch! Shut up! At least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Haley's pouch isn't scruffy. I made it myself. I hunted a bull for this leather.
She's like, oh, whoa.
I was 6 years old.
The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass files is smashed and there was scorch marks around it. Can we look at it?
Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. I'm almost completely sure that there's a bullet in it, and that Von Zieks just didn't look at it. Right? It's right there. Yo, Von Zieks, you fucking suck, man. What is... like, he's looking at us examining the thing, and he's like, what's wrong? Is our small-eyed rice-eating Nipponese friend... Is his eyes not small enough to look in the hole of the pouch? And he's just like, you missed the bullet. It's right here. You narc, what's wrong with you? Maybe, instead of my eyes being too small, maybe or your eyes are too big. Oh, is me making these jokes bad? Am I a bad person for saying them? It's just so funny.
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Fuck.
Homemade.
Yes, like whoa,
I can't read.
like fingerprint powder to show where people have touched things, and scent amplifying solution to intensify the smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They are very, very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. And they're all extremely flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is walking with a bomb. Wait, they're extremely flammable. Why didn't they? Oh, it's because the bullet struck it and it burnt the pouch. That's why. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to dangers. Oh, look. There's a hole in the back. It doesn't look like much of a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force.
It must have pierced it somehow and left this hole behind.
Yep, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes in his pouch took a beating, didn't it? Anyways, what's this? Oh, what's in the hole? It's really scorched badly here.
Oh, the strap is broken, look!
It must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
This vial has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck.
As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in the vial, there would have been a really big explosion.
A big explosion?
Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous.
Wow, what are you saying? Are you okay? Oh.
I'm sure that when this vial broke, the chemical inside would have ignited.
Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left side is a danger zone. Oh, what's this?
What the? Iris, look! It's a bullet! A bullet! That means there's a third bullet in there! There was a third bullet at the scene of the crime!
Yes!
And he was hiding it from us!
Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it?
Ah, that's the Skulkin Brothers bullet!
What a stroke of luck, it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. And what this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Mr. Windybanks that night.
We found exactly what the juror was talking about. A third bullet!
It's time to press that juror again, I think. Yes. Oh, shit. Wrong person. Wrong person. Oh, I type. God, I'm not getting any sleep tonight. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you're not getting any sleep. It seems very healthy. Okay. Shit. Okay, there you go. I can prove it! Allow me to show you then. The third bullet! The third bullet! Wait, can we look at this actually? Oh, we can! Oh, sick. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to that thick leather pouch that he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always been lucky like that.
Well, considering that what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear. Poor Hurley.
There's a bullet that was fired. Really? There's nothing else to say about it? Other than there's a bullet. It shot him. It hit him. The bullet! Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? You Eastern people and your magic tricks. Just like, stop. You don't have to make me being from the East or Japanese into everything you say. Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? His demons. He's fighting them. This pouch was removed from from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulker Brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But this makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet shot at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in the photographic print.
Ugh. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windybank, and that belonging to the Skulkin Brothers.
And the examination of both guns revealed that only one single bullet had been fired from each.
Oh! But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime at the scene. Shit. And until that incontrovertible, that's how you say it, vertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Yeah. Oh my.
What? My heart. Oh, I'm trying to think of like a drinking problem, heart drinking problem, but that doesn't do anything to your heart. Order! 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 While the summonation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter!
Wow.
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Really?
Whoa. You can just do that? My summation examination. Hey, fucking liars. And Greg, hi. Hold on a second. Witnesses,
Governor!
were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense this with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. The 3rd bullet was identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov. I didn't make nothing of it. Shit.
Let me read it.
We didn't make nothing of nothing if I can't help it.
Was it yours?
Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey, not a chance.
In that case, do you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's a trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding this new development. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear to see what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. Or wait. I think it's clear to see. It's nothing to do with them. I think it's nothing to do with them, right? No, they didn't. I don't think they had an accomplice. It makes no sense that they had an accomplice. Methinks. Because they would have been with them. And it wouldn't have been a secret. They had another gun is not true. They only had 1 gun. It has nothing to do with them, right? I believe it has nothing to do with them.
Nash, that's right. Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov.
We've established that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 guns already known to the court. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question at Mr. Windiban's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of the 3rd firearm. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the 3rd gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the 3rd man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. They were working with a secret accomplice. You know, the one that I was also given a choice for. They just pivoted this option to the secret accomplice one. Wow, would it have been really annoying if you picked the secret accomplice one and they were like, no, that's not right, and then you picked this one, is that like, oh, they had an accomplice? Like, fucking what? An accomplice, you say? Pig's will. Don't throw it. The protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet, in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed.
Now,
The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I suppose I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal that person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... We're ready to present answers. We know who it is. I mean, we know who it is. We just don't know how to present it, is all. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There is no other option. I need to use every piece of evidence available to me if it'll make the difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene of the crime? Our bloodstain portfolio. We can't examine it. I wish we could, but...
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. By Jove, the portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim that one of those bloodstains proves the presence of a third intruder. Well, which one is it? This one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? It appears to be some sort of green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain. Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhumane creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
by the great detective.
New invention, stop! Not yet appeared in stories, stop!
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Yes. Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole new dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom, stop! Very exciting, stop! As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color on the bloodstain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date of which Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Well, everyone was just here. Then whose blood was it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot wounds. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? It's the Frenchman. Oh, he's English? Why did he say French things? Well, you're French, in my mind. The man's name is Edgar Benedict.
Edgar Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbroker in the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Edgar Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. That's right.
Vocal.
Yes, sir.
I believe it. This was a pocket. Pocket thief just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
An article in question belongs to me. Me.
I'm sorry.
I demand for it to be returned at once.
No, that's a lie. Now, what are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. Sorry. It's just so... In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
could you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. My lord. That is more or less what happened. In interest of being thorough, I asked Mr. Windybank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbins.
Oh, there's gonna be something different in this picture, isn't it? Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning.
You see, this man is the brother's accomplice, period.
Yeah, well, Mr. Skulkin,
I'd never seen that geezer before in my life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponi's friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, I can.
Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is a filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Bitch! What are you trying to run away?
Oh, no.
Wait, I love doing that. That voice is so funny. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. I need to learn how to do a French accent at some point.
Are you ready to present your answers to the court, then?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photograph was, in fact, the man struck by the third bullet. Oh, Oh, is it? Does this have anything to do with the picture? It doesn't. We just proved that the mark on the music box 6 is the same as the one in the. Yeah, okay. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon on the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim the disc from Mr. Mr. Windybank's shed.
Which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
Oh, but of course, sir. Here's your disc for you.
Very well. I shall bid you farewell then. I'll say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You drunk blood, you filthy animal.
Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over the surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is visible on the disc now.
Oh goodness, the blood stain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results in this portfolio.
I say,
It's green.
it's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
That's right. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Mr. Windybank's earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
That was someone else. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here.
My lord, it's the opinion of the defense here that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the court to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford effort to ignore this gentleman's apparent appease.
Presence, I mean, this has gone This has gone on for long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What? Summon someone to court after they've been brought up?
Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories of vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Wow, really? So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well... Oh, you did it!
Look in my boot and lick it clean, Japanese man. And pray, don't even think of suggesting we should take Mr. Holmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with this. Wow, yeah. He put doubt in everyone's mind by being an asshole, but yeah, I guess he's right. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination? In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief, what did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. God, you're so cool. And smart. Seriously.
Young lady, you have quite a devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Reno, is about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Shom's partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
Nice. Yeah, you're becoming a favorite too.
After shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leadings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusion. So then, say your final decision in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
What?
Guilty!
Wow.
Not guilty.
Hey, you fucking A. What? I thought they were all gonna be not guilty and it was gonna be all grand.
2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of summation examination.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. No? What?
I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks, but the outcome of summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue!
That's legit what a jury is for. They are representation of the general public. If you get anyone else in the public, you're honestly you might get a worse opinion. Like for your side. Like you replace the two that voted not or voted guilty, they're gonna say not guilty, like literally.
Nevertheless, we found ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I feel that would be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night.
Could I say something? Oh, is this Gina?
Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my...
Oh, it was you.
My lord?
Juror number 5.
What do you have to say, madam? If possible, Inspector.
Me, ma'am.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one with the gentleman shown.
Yes, this one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict.
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No.
Goodness gracious!
Wow, really? Just a fucking like, wow. Everybody on this jury is just like perfect in ways that suck and ways that are super good for us, right? Everybody knows.
Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer, stop!
As we can clearly see.
The gentleman in the photograph is stop! Also, communications officer, stop! He works in my office, stop!
Really?
A very talented operator, in fact, stop! He should be in the communication station now, stop! Tapping away on the telegraph, stop!
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, and whatever he gets up to at night.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. No, there's something wrong.
If the gentleman is at the London's Communication Center, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Von Zeeks, would you please?
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The courts will recess for 1 minute, for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Crichton,
Yes, my lord.
I shall like to hear from you specifically about the events of the pawnbroker on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir. My lord.
Very well. Could you join until 1:40 p.m.?
Golly! We're finishing today. 100% we're finishing today. Like, I don't know how long this next little bit's gonna take, but it's gonna take a while. We're gonna try to finish it. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant antechamber. Yeah, wow, we just got released. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go through all the trouble, and fight so hard for someone who likes me?
Huh? What?
Well, you saw it, the picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this one? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless.
Anyone who sees it is gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend that it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've gotta have your doubts. Your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened on that night. Runa has cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place. Right, Iris? Then we had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yeah, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-in-1, to Windybank's place. I had to know
If Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing. Or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Mr. Sholmes I don't like. There's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in the lug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windybank's.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea.
I had no idea.
Although that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a big old whip. A wick. That's when.
What do you think you're doing?
Ah! I nearly died. I did. The next thing I knew, I
grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
Ah, you're the girl who was in here this morning. I didn't know pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. You've got it here? Did Sholmes leave a whole load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon.
The hound of the, something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What do I have to do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here. That's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please. Just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The mental script. Sholmes went lined after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, there was a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is this some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, I come with you then.
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked out back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what's going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go to the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think. Almost at the same time. Then there he was, right by my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as I can, yeah. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got the better look at him, I knew. Windybank was the corner.
I see.
I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
So that must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you told us?
Of course I did, but they wouldn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if you keep telling lies, it'd make things even worse for you. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno is about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict.
Oh,
I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing.
oh, little girl.
He was right there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it only happened 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotted off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made a promise with you. With you. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end no matter what.
but what if I'm lying? You could work. You could be working to get another killer off the hook, for all you know. Shit, I can't read you.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in the trial.
You were.
Before I left Japan, I was accused of a murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, who was prepared to defend me. He just starts bawling, like,
Oh, Runo. Man. Having one person believe in him, it must be really giving him hope. It's really nice.
he was my lover. What? My best friend. Don't play. It's playing the song. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
I was so happy. I cried.
Like I am right now.
But even then, somewhere inside of me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely.
But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering crush on him. Belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar.
You're not like McGill did. I know that.
That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly. Mr. Nara Odo, I
Taylor's trying Court proceedings are about to resume. Wow, that was an hour. Please head to the courtroom meeting. Yes, of course. Thank you. Wow, yeah, that was a full hour. We actually went through the full. I honestly kind of assumed we would go through like a time skip because it's an hour, but we didn't. I had been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I know only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it, at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san.
I hope you're watching over me too.
Partner. Yo, he called him Ibo. He called him Ibo. Fuck. Ibo, watch over me. 17th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, I see that space.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Jana Lestrade. Lord Von Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered by communication station to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses on the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene of the crime makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this.
He's here.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
Oh, well, of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of the London Society, it is a pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Oh, Ashley Graydon. Oh, Ashley Graydon. Communications officer. Sir.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at the London Central Communication Station.
Shit, what was your voice? Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what this is all about. Oh. Too bad. Sorry, I have cheese in my ears.
Just like, whoa, gross.
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Sorry. Oh, yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there at the night in question.
That is the accusation. That is the accusation, indeed.
This lady is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Gladly, my lord. Gladly.
I'm sorry. It's just
The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break in place on the night of murder. I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene of crime. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
true.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
Yes.
As I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-acclaimed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury will be upheld.
Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. And I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Oh. Please do not uphold Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict.
Or is it Mr. Graydon?
Oh, my apologies, you all.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
You say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. Enchanté. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly.
I am not holding your flashy hat while we do this. You just put it on your head.
The accusation. Ho.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yes, we even met at the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place this afternoon in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you?
The witness is here to testify.
Oh, sorry.
The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious.
Thank you. Because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
Is it going to be evasive? He's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give away anything? This is going to be tricky.
But are you seriously suggesting that I concluded with the dogs to break into the place of the night of the murder?
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, I do not associate with criminals.
Said by the man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in black.
This is the farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway?
The big man.
Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such a...
Hold it!
Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir?
asleep, as is past hour at which I normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions.
Are you able to prove that?
Objection!
Well, it's us that prove it, right?
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. You appear to be under a gross...
But hold up, give me 1 second. 1 second. Sure. Okay. Wait, is it actually fine? Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm like I'm just doing audio testing right now. Sure. Wait, is it actually fine? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, it's absolutely fine.
For you to appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
Shout!
You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions into the witness.
Oh, no more questions in me.
A silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks.
Even if certain parties were present, claim that my blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that.
Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. And I am not only human with blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could be equally the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood is slightly different in composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical seems to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson! Who is the Shom's character anyway? Character. Oh, I assumed all Londoners know the name. He is a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. Great detective, I say. We're in around the fairy tales now, how do we? Oh, what do you have to say? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up with this. How many times do I have to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blimey, Governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought just went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have nothing of them. It must be him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest to God, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms like in the air so much, it would open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna heal up yet. And I was, I was waiting for him. And wow, you just fucking spilled the beans. Oh, hell's bells! Mr. Graydon, do you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea who these 2 wrenches are talking about. Certainly. I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by the bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow the court to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand's very obviously as if you're trying to hide it, but not trying to hide it. So, like, what are you doing? You weirdo? Stop clenching it. No, I refuse. Oh, wow. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to the common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obligated to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to any insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim that you had nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Winnebank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I have nothing to do with the pawnbrokery where the man was killed, but you do. This is what they want us to present, huh? Never had anything to do with it. You forgot that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon on the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I am currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you are talking about.
Excuse me.
You know what it is. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Yes, Yes, well, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You and your young Japanese assistants, the accused, were all present, as I recall. And at the time, the witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Windybanks?
Yes, of course.
Indeed. And the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
At no point have I denied that fact.
What?
I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
This makes no sense. I understand why Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why did Gregson try to avoid giving up testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Reno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips, all thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were key to it after all.
So he says he has nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now's a good time to have a proper look at the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information will be valuable as a weapon. Really? Yes, to turn to... Did they give us the picture? Did they give us the picture of... Did they give us a picture?
That's a man, yeah.
Well, this is the same. There's only, just a blood stain and the thing on the back. This is about the bullet. Yep. Yeah, so if, like, he was here, he shot, he ran back, and the calendar's here, right? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time, but are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Some scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world.
And the most famous detective in the world tells us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh no, I can't think of an answer. Once I saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies.
Point. No. As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of the country's information network. My work there is paramount important, and you have kept me from it for long enough.
Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture
can hardly be taken as serious evidence. But this can. I'm trying to think about what could be right here. Oh. Hey, you're the person that's leaking all that information out of the country, right? I'm trying to think about what, some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with... Yeah, the thing is, we know that's true. That's not true. Yep. It's true. So he's... What did that say? What did that last? You never know when a tiny scrap of information could become a valuable piece of evidence.
Hold it!
Whoops.
Objection!
I've read all this already. Yeah, all this is ready. Okay. Yeah, we unfortunately didn't get the picture of we didn't get the picture of Mr. Graydon. Yes, this is Egbert Benedict. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So we couldn't even like present it this evening if we wanted to, right? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. So some Scaramouche detectives. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where. Well, you did. Oh wait.
Objection! Is that right?
But he's... Sorry? You must be confusing me with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket. That won't get you anywhere, Bruno. Oh shit, why? Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Windibank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets, so you can't prove the ticket was his. Ah, of course, she's right. I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. We're just trying to prove that he was there, right? We're just trying to prove that he's there, but we can't... I think they're trying to hint that we can't use the We can't use this? We can't use the... Oh, okay, I see. And nothing to do with the coat. This when he appears to use the back of this message to write out the redemption. Doing it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, or he just has nothing else to use at hand. It's very hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Produce irrefutable evidence. Only one bullet was fired, and it was fired at... It was fired at... Tall Man. This one was shot at... This one was shot at... Sholmes. And then Mystery Third Gun is the one that killed him. Was there only blood on the... There's only blood on the whatchamacallit. The calendar? I guess so. Hello, Stereoscope. We meet each other again. How are you doing on this fine day? Man, it's always these first testimonies, man. Do we present this? Because we can just test if the bullet was from that gun. What does that mean, Scaramouche? Give me 1 second, I'm just gonna find out what that means. How you spell it? A boastful but cowardly person. But he's not. He's not cowardly. You read the Hound of Baskerville. Some Scaramouche detectives homebrewed tincture.
Hold it!
I just want to read this again. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Objection!
Oh, was this really just it? Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in the pawn shop of Mr. Windybanks. It was redeemable by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared and tried to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course.
Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? And as I tell you numerous times now, you are mistaken, that was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes,
Resulting as from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it all suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of the blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the same remnants as well, in the form of a scratch. Goodness gracious! Indeed it must, yeah, I was thinking that too. Mr. Graydon, if you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before, are you now going to refuse us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Well, it would seem I underestimated you.
well, what's the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant?
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear that there is something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse.
What are you trying to say?
It really is quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset.
That is some crime. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own at the pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish, though I am quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder.
Give me a second. Let me turn my AC.
There is a note on the disc saying Mr. McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the filthy cutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded to at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist?
I was killed in a fire some months ago.
Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
No, I think you and Mason were acquainted. That's what I'm thinking. I'm putting this down right now. Something, he's related to Mason, so he wanted to do something.
Order, well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in this courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here was claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Interesting. Okay.
Excuse me. A note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you wish, as you will observe, the communications office
officer, a communication officer such as myself, commands a fine salary. 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 You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. As you can see, I have little need to make use of services provided by the pawnbroker I trade. Trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, and which is why I pawned my fine black coat to the broker in question.
You claim that that is your overcoat?
Obviously, and in my haste I forgot to clean the music box disc that was in its pocket.
And yet there's a note on it that reads for McGilded.
I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at the gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he had shared my penchant in that area.
So the disc in question
Is a pre-production sample. I promised to let McGilded hear it.
But then you forget that it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't. Sorry, we're getting a fucking call. Stop. I'm playing games.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh wow. Really? That's the card we're playing? Oh well no. That's the card that McGilded played.
Oh dear, it's quite complicated for her, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. I have to use a restroom. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the filthy gutterling. Don't call her a gutterling! So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
Despite being mindful of danger when walking in salubrious areas, her kind frequent.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course, you would take a stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue my testimony for what is possible use it can be.
Okay, hold up. Before we continue, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so just give me 1 sec. Whoa. I'm gonna click out the game. I didn't know it was gonna do that. You scrolling on the mouse wheel can change the thing. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Bucket. Oh, we're back. Let me just in the mood. It feels weird. I'm kind of tired, but it feels like I've been streaming for like 6 hours, but it's only been almost 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know what's happened. I guess my tolerance for streaming is just gone down the drain. Like I've definitely hit a wall, right? The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused of fifthly gathering in question. I proceeded to.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windy Banks before?
Only once. Only for the purposes of pulling something. But many, I enjoy browsing. Such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the arc of the big purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat from the thief before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine.
He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police was collecting anything that has the connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is it right? Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark by Mr. Gregson made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't, nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about them.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
What are you going on with Von Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Von Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop late at.
Hold it!
But perhaps you had seen something of value among the forfeited items?
No, not at all.
Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or basic brick and brack. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you made a call that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop than I. As I said, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilda's left in his shop that night. Nothing that this man would have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see what that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Mr. McGilda slipped that disc into his coat pocket and had deposited it at Windibank's. Then, when he realized that he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Was there something else of? Which one's this one? Oh no, this is what? What? Ashley Graydon, you liar. Ashley Graydon. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. Unless you were after this! I don't know. The manuscript? Nothing of McGilda's that was left in the shop that day. Yeah, was there nothing?
Hold it!
Is that right?
That's what the inspector said, at least, as he dealt with my disc. And special thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question, is this disc here? Yes, it is. Scotland Yard has been gathering items believed to have been in property of Mr. McGilden, presumably to aid the investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I did not know the men well, anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with the penchant of music boxes and flamboyant poses. I had no reason to break in. Parishes and... Oh, yeah, this is... Yes.
Is this McGilded's as well?
I'm trying. Is it this? Is it this? I don't remember what this is, though. Mr. Winterbank appears to, he's written it very neatly, at least on paper. Whose is this? I really super don't remember.
Objection.
Was it actually this? The disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend. Ooh.
But that's not true.
Look at your teeth! All crooked. All of you have crooked teeth.
It's like, Rinosuke, not you too.
Oh, you look like a little T with your crooked teeth pastries. Ah. Fuck it. All of you suck. Rinosuke, please. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn and Mr. Windybanks, and this is the second pawnbroker's ticket proves it. Ah. There are 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded and Mr. Windybanks in Windybanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to obtain the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ugh. This is the second ticket, is it? What had that man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. What are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe that there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did this. That's absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could walk to the shop and purchase it. There are absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So, that means that, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Bonzix? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Goodness gracious, really? You can? Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the second was to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. at the 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves forfeited in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That is 1 p.m. 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then Here we have another print. This one was taken about two hours after the incident.
I see. We have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say the placing of them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, it's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive of this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector.
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each one of these photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that the exact same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker in the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Ah, my back! Fuck, really? I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. I mean, he doesn't even need to pawn. He just needs to use it, right? I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Reno? I've been thinking. Oh yeah, look, wait, that box at the bottom right moved, right? It did. I wonder if these 2 photographs are exactly the same. They aren't. I thought the difference that they're trying to point out is the blue box, but no, it's that bottom right box. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the new evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the day in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know why. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy between these 2 photographic prints? I mean, it's not hidden, it's right there. Point out the discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What?
You must identify the location of the location in question, counsel, for the court, counsel. Please indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Right? Here. Right here.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. Ugh. When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically. Wow. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Yes. They moved it.
By Jove, you're right.
How extraordinary. Wow. Look at them. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up that particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Objection! You're speaking too fast. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved change some things? It did, because this is an Ace Attorney game. I was about to say Phoenix Wright again. This is an Ace Attorney game. And Ace Attorney games, everything means something! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winniebanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some small box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant in this trial. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back for further examination. Fucking... I'm roasting you right now. He's roasting me. Oh, I'm spit roast. French. We should have a report within the half hour. I think perhaps we should have a recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponi specialty, it would seem. No, it isn't. Well, we have eggs. You like eggs? Smoke eggs? Blinding eggs. What are you trying to say? Leave my eggs alone. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning for some reason. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us none of the articles we have value enough to be worth selling in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which was established that he was an upstanding citizen of society with his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
An article, this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of the pockets and a small box. I assure you, I won't accept even if that man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, it does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Like, oh, good shit. You can't possibly have a pawnbrokery, I'm sure of that. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Oh, goodness knows, Mr. Ryoto's rich enough.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument for it, in fact, demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this disc or box are an intangible way related to the case? Well,
What's the matter, Reno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Well, yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explained all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge the fact that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake, and that the defense's argument was flawed, based on false evidence.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
I see. But, Ginny...
Could it be that Von Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But, maybe...
This could be a great opportunity for us.
What? Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runa? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time!
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited at Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could be critically damaging our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Oh no! Gina! I don't want to throw her under the bus, but the truth comes out every time. You know, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave it, and we're gonna hope that Gina just fucking comes out with it, right? It's just like, Gina, you do trust us. You said it in the antechamber earlier. To have full belief in oneself, you must have belief in the other or something. No, I can't get Gina to testify about this. If I did, she'd be forced to admit that she was guilty of a serious offense already. And for a pickpocket like her, that would surely be the nail in the coffin as far as this trial is concerned. So you're not gonna call Ginny then? Well, to be honest, I was on the verge of deciding not to. But we have to uncover the truth here. And in order to do that, we might have to suffer a few consequences along the way.
Reno!
In other words, there's only one course of action for us to take here. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. And will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to intercept with the I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well then, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently on stand may step down until further notice.
I shall bid you a good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me.
Good luck, Reno.
Oh, this is gonna be hard. The articles that Mr. McGilded has deposited in Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, with the trial in which heard. Yeah. I just reread it. Are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponi's friend. Allow me to recap the events from 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. And in the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of an unsuspecting passenger. Then immediately after the trial, after having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. Indeed, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I remember neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings, Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willingly withheld information in trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, I shall give you your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Fonseca said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Is she about to lie? Is she about to lie here? The real truth of the omnibus. The truth is that brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. The whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard the scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do in a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me to not snitch, not say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, that's outrageous! What you've just told the courts bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago! As you say, my lord. Then, there's every chance I've adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. It very much sounds to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
No, without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this very courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilderfell was round to the core, just like that pickpocket. Nothing from that lord. Don't forget that lord from the east. They're all in it together.
You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humpback.
I don't think so. Are you expecting we believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. What lies? The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error in judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that this court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation, utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Allow me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Why is Naruhodo fucking getting put on the block for this? He didn't know.
Wait, are those two talking over? Wait, hold up. Those two are talking over there.
He doesn't do that pose. The truth is,
Hold it!
and you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. I didn't hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear it too well. But if I had to say, I think it's about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some sort.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard the noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was booming loud and all.
And I believe you let an involuntary scream?
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
An Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw the disc. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartishly. Smartishly. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word of what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc, no. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get struck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived in that. He asked me about being a diver too.
And after that, what happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First,
First, there was the kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from overhead, and the parrot on the roof went off to call the slops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Can I? Look! 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 Hey!
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah, blimey, are you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion, what's this fella? Put the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got something to talk about with the shady gent like this? Oh, I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves whilst the witness is giving testimony.
Yes, sorry, my lord.
What were those 2 talking about? Miss Lestrade, please continue with the testimony, please. Yeah, what the fuck? Weirdos? What's happening? I don't know if... Did he kill? The roof deck, yes. That's right. Yep. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight. Got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started it off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGildy, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there, because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. That's right. What did McGildy and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly. That's when...
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Mr. Winniebank's on Baker Street. But just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion. Excuse me. Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he went to the stand. Went to the stand. Indeed, Lord Von Zieks. McGildy took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, and before handing it over, when I saw him do it, I remembered thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc was worth more than Mr. Winniebank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with her over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGildy flashed some brass in his face. He went off running at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I heard or what I seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd be the only scalper I'd be the only scupper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was another thing he said. Another thing he said. Which was, he told me to have an hang on the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. A ticket? Why never? Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeit. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth did Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. Hold on a second. Just checking something real quick. There would seem to be only one logical conclusion, my lordship. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Mr. Windybanks was something that he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I have heard enough. I believe we now have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning the disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due for forfeit. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after the trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were gonna go forfeit. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it'd be worth a fair brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Yes, it certainly isn't. My lord! Evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. And we're gonna look at it next time. Yeah, wow, part 4. It makes me think, is this really gonna be the... This doesn't feel like climactic at all yet. Right? So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It is a music box. Oh, goodness gracious, this isn't an ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. it would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is the device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on this disc, my lord. Will it? Very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music and the music box are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere with the courtroom with some silly old bit of music. We just established that it was. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit the murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objections.
But, no!
No.
But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't...
Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction to prevent that from happening.
Ah!
No more further delays, please. Play as a disc! This music sucks. What on earth? It's certainly not what I called music. No. It's the same note being played over and over again in an... Oh my god, it's Morse! Mr. Graydon.
This is really priceless. Priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with... my bad. Wrong voice. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on.
Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes. I believe it could be relevant, my lordship. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I can't fail to see how it could have any more meaning. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the noise, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponi's friend, answer me this. Oh. Yeah, isn't it telegram? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box does not necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. And I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like earlier, you know?
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us that what they're not, I'm sure that the court will like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponi's friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Reno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. It's the way it's been made. It can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris.
Really? Even though there's... Oh! You're so right! It has multiple combs, but they're all the same size, aren't they? Yeah. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what the sounds are?
Something just struck me right now. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is in fact not music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? The evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands my learned Nipponi's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof that this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound music box is... Oh wow, really? Wait, I thought we were gonna point out a witness, and then we were gonna point at the not the stereoscope, the other one, the telegraph lady, but I guess not. Is it the leaking? Is it the leaking of the press? It might be. There's nothing else here that relates to it.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpocket Plunder. Highly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas by Ministry Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, Misa! Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communications station as Mr. Graydon. Did you not? Yes, that is right. And this particular station you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to a sound you made by your telegraph machine as you tap. I believe it's called Morse code. What? I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from public departments, or government departments, there's nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please, order. But this is high treason, council, deserving a capital punishment. Wow, death.
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I half expect you to know. In our sovereign government, confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in a pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it will reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. But the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it had gone into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Ooh! The Queen's gonna fuck you up! Firing squad!
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Oh, absolutely preposterous!
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while this pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought on by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Sir Mr. Winbanks. That being a most flagitious flagitious offense for which the law of land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous crime of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed, you may.
You got to let us have a rabbit and a hen and porky, Governor. We've got things to say.
I beg your pardon, who do you think you are?
My name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation, professional baddie. My name's Ringo Skulkin, and we had baddies enough to settle out on Motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even the most chord. It was by some low-ass brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man.
Look. All we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to. If we had known he was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. Skulkin?
What Mister will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you just admit to a crime now? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so with a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did!
Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter. Rotter. Getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? The poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
It's nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it is... Can I look at this? Anything significant here? See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box demand deposit at Winbanks? It couldn't have been a more perfect fit.
There's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sound it produces is neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to the music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered its secrets yet.
This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the combs are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Yeah, like I said. Well, what does that mean?
That means no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will produce the same sound. I've never seen a music box like that before.
Yeah, it's strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to it, surely. I mean, we've covered it. Does this mean you can set another disc to play on the backside as well?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked.
They're linked.
So if we had 2 discs, we'd be able to play them back to back at the same time.
Whoa.
Ina.
Who would have thought that there would be a second movement on the other side of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement only produces one single tone like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't exactly the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different from the tone that we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But if the notes they produce are different, a music box that can only play 2 tones. I want to flip the switch. Let me flip the switch.
Let me flip the switch.
Please? Please? Switch flipping? Always down for a good switch flipping, you know? Nice. Good find, me. That means we just have to find the other disc. Yeah, they just say the same thing. Okay. Super sick, I'm sure.
Hold it!
So in the newspaper article, so is the newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegrams used by the military. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Team leader, huh? Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop! Currently in the presence of an idol, stop! Well, yeah, your idol might be a murderer, so... So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, sir, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can be heard. And in any case, the messages are set and ciphered. Normal employees can never possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there is no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize for the cipher crackering... crackering? Cipher cracking convention 5 years ago. 5 years in a row. How? That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop! Currently in the presence of idol, stop!
Well, your idol will appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. I do not know what you're talking about.
Besides, the sounds produced... I mean, we just confirmed that. They're not?
To anyone with a brain,
It is clearly apparent to listening to the music on the box for a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked by my ignorance. Ha 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 ha! I'd be more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. With combining these two in different ways, you can construct letters. I see. For example, an A, and this is a B. Wow, B's long. Bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. And then, but when you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. There are no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertions are fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Well...
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your established matter before casting aspirations in the future.
Ugh, stop. There's nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked from the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. So could there be something else that I haven't considered? Would it be really impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? It's, give it a try.
There's still every possibility that this music box was an instrument for leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection.
Does it?
Does it please you in some way, my Nepalese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that it's Morse code. 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear that the defense has an hypothesis to put forward. Hey, you had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to only produce 1 tone, could have possibly used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Press the button down here. Oh, we gotta press the button. Oh, the button's gonna be pressed so hard. Well,
I've just noticed something. Oh, I already looked at this.
you're right. Come on then, what are we waiting for? Let's open it.
Yeah, alright, let's go. Here goes nothing.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
There's more. You get some discipline
On the other side, yep, I think so. And it looks like 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked. So you had 2 discs. You played it back to back at the same time. Yes, this.
Oh, goodness gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box.
What?
What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time!
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and long dashes. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry? Could you say that clearer?
The poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claim.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were to be able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that the witness has pointed out that he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the bookmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe this causes damage should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim and the omnibus should be there somewhere. I just haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument a little more strength right now.
Reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, I will, though I maintain exactly what I did say at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Cross.
Some low-class brickmaker. I have no relation to that man. This is the thing, right? So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed like he lived in Artisan Quarter some years ago, but people there remembered little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it?
How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire such secret government information?
Oh, how indeed.
There must be somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it all to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Deal me. You may have it in front of me.
You may have it in front of me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link these 2 together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Break the gaff into...
Hold it!
Yeah, we're gonna have to present the notes that Sasato gave us. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's right. Who else, huh? Silly me thought he was just popping in over the netter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us.
Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, we say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
What does that mean? Like plates? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No. The other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, cause I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together on way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him. He's all fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was a part of the old part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
He was a leery one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas. Like what would happen with our heads? God blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run?
Whoa. Milverton.
That one was a cork, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, that old geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down the trip of memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could we turn that sentimental story into something relevant somehow? Add it to testimony, please.
My lord?
Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement would hold vital information relating to the case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Same old murder. The Skulkin never skulking.
Sure.
Hold it!
Let's just see it. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going when we were youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name, please. Since the business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and the Skulkin's Milk Fund, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
All right. I thought the clever cogs, like you have, the clever cogs you'd have worked that one out. That is. Hold it.
Objection!
Please, let me fucking talk.
Well, enough of this. How much longer do we expect you to listen to this drivel? I don't.
Objection. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only when you mentioned, why is it that it was only when it was mentioned when you were mentioning? Why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because what? It weren't the happiest. Happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then. See? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. Of course not. This is all bunkin'. I'd have been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you could rely on the testimony of two thieves,
your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear that Mr.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once, and you were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well.
Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and can turn out to be extremely important. Yes. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in serious matters of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this state. It would explain a number of things there, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. If only there was some kind of link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be airtight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway in this cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Oh, we know. I know what it is already. Oh, because we know his name is Milverton, we can present it to he has no link to them, right? Right? I have no relation to that man. Yes, you do. Look, Mason Milverton. Yeah.
Objection!
Ashley Milverton. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name in years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation of it all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. You had a relation with that name?
Yes, it was my former name.
Shit. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? They're marching down! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Milverton, was your father? Yeah. Didn't I say they looked familiar? Oh no, I said that Ginny and him look familiar. But Ginny isn't related to Ginny's not related to them.
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh. The truth is that you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh. That's right. You fuck. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
That's all, you'll say.
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, by stealing information sent in government communications, selling it to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted the elaborate scheme by using 2 music box discs to encode the information. as presumably a safe measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. And then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winniebank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. At this time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
We know nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Winniebank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and that one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the power of 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? Shut. The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
Oh wow, did that appear as soon as he did that? 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm seems to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, Meal China. It's time to call it quits in a crook, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstance whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you'd notice, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
Really?
But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
You should stop moving your arm, man.
As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not good. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the firearms that we have in evidence. The one bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We must rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to believe to one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which could have only been fired by the third intruder. Oh, goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it.
No, hold it. Fucking... hold it. You're the top sot. You've made a grave mistake when you summon someone like me. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. As I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built up for myself at the community station. But I didn't. But did the thought have never crossed your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You didn't see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hand firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? Order! Well, it would seem that we are finally entering the last act of this theoretical trial, Mr. Graydon. Yes, I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is fake, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me a greater pleasure. Jesus, man, really? This feels very Last Standy, but I feel like the trial's gonna keep going after that, right? While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. She tossed the gun. What the fuck? The gun. What? So I picked it up and made my escape. What? What? What in the bullshit? Goodness gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. There was no blood spatter all over her, though. You claim, sir, under oath that you clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It was my intention to testify this way, but neither is my intention to be found guilty in a murder I did not commit. You see, my hands have been forced. I tell truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was utterly unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in my arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. And you say the blood spatter all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that this pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could
could be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science. Not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Haley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
Oh no, wait! I was gonna, like, there's no blood on her coat. There is! From the first case. From the omnibus case.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, and with your lordship's permission, I shall throw my wine glass at the fire. We shall shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runa.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with the chemicals... Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting about what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot!
And that's not Mr. Banks' blood. That's the stain from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time.
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Von Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Chino will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or some really compelling clue right now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Oh man. What a narc. This guy sucks. I'm actually starving right now. I kind of want to go downstairs just get something to eat. Should I do that? Should I do something? Just get something, a small something to get to eat? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm kind of just starving. My stomach is grumbling. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go get something to eat. come back with sun chips. I went downstairs. And I was informed of us having like beef skewers in the fridge or the microwave, and I'm like, oh, sick. Ate 2 of them. Really hard. Really hard to eat. One of them was burnt on the end, and I almost like pulled my jaw out because of how hard I was pulling. But I was like, I'm just gonna eat more of these later, so I'm not gonna eat these now. And I was just looking for like a snack I could bring up to my room, and there was just like a almost empty bag of sun chips. Like, I could eat this. I have like a pair of chopsticks, and I could just munch on these. I haven't had sun chips in a little while, so. Us having them is kind of a mystery, but thank God they're here. It was either this or like shrimp chips, and I'm kind of sick of shrimp chips. So, yum. I don't know how many more chances I'm gonna have to eat, so. She tossed the gun through the peephole and then picked it up and why'd she toss out? While the ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near. Mr. Whitneybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Wingle and Nash was scouring in the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in hand. Unfortunately, I wasn't too close.
Yeah, I've never been so scared of my life. Yeah. We were just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the bear who carried a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. And then Rinko joined in, making 2 against 1. I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me, little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun out on the old fella, and that soon made them scamper.
The pair of you sitting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. How shameful of you.
Sorry, Gov.
You mean the moment you were shot?
Yes. Though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed out on the floor of the counter as the 3 men were brawling. Oh, it was at exactly the moment that it happened. I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went to strike the calendar on the wall behind you.
It would appear. When I looked into my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I can't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, you think?
Well, no. I don't imagine he would if he knows I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't strike home.
When I pulled me trigger on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door out back.
At which point would you think? pursued the man, but he shot himself.
Hold it!
Do you mean to say you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly.
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door was a solid job made out of stout wood. There's a small opening in there, and it's about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
My eyes, Gina.
And what of this? What of you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. We didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons.
I thought these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next? The accused in black coat shot the man.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Windibank's gun, which only had a single bullet fired from it. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
No, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket had when I saw her. Yes, it was the gun. The bullet from Winwick's gun grazed my arm, and the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
But the broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused might have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other guns were found at the scene.
Calm yourself, Consul.
Sorry?
You must consider events in this order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. Then, all of a sudden, the broker turned around, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her?
Yes, all over through the people. I clearly saw it. Of course, the stains were invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color? But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our claim.
Bother.
Surely. She tossed the gun at the people on the
Hold it!
I picked it up and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
The direction of the storeroom door was what I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then I got the gun to the people into the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would you do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yours. It was yours truly. I love to clear up till my luck isn't left. Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, but gold. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance the second disc in your pocket? You're like
You little toe rag!
What's happening here?
you're like a bullet to get off you.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen,
Ah! Ah!
something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin?
But blimey, this D's a little bit of a hooligan, isn't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Why didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, nor the flaming people on the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Go blimey, see. The way he's looking at me, I'm telling you, he's giving me the whizzy willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that definitely was out of character.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. After results of the test that was ordered earlier, sir.
Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no other objections, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stain, it would appear that they were the spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me, what the fuck?
See? Didn't I tell you? Sorry.
I wanted to see if you guys could hear me eat. You guys don't. Or do you? Make sure to chew your food properly, people.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No! The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker of the omnibus case.
Well,
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, Mighty Pawnee's friend?
sorry.
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence, and yet now we have the man dead? You brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any respect you have earned for yourself in this country. What is wrong with you? That doesn't matter right now. I don't care. I don't care. He was a murderer. I didn't know. It wasn't. You suck. This guy's so ass. This line itself just like fucking puts him down the fucking gutter. But that was.
I call it a bloody disgrace. Treachery is what it is. How do you determine whether blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope can't help. Can't help to answer that. Can't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But you use Mr. Scholl's specially formulated chemicals. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held up Brodsky, to starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Has his name Prochki? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. Ho. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat is spattered with blood of the victim, and the only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he happened to saw it. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ow, my back! My lord!
It has been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman.
As is moments, the squadron has realized its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
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 Oh my god, we have to do another summation examination? Another one? There's no limit to the amount of these we can do? I assume this is the last one, right? There's no way they make us do more than 3. Can't pick up a chip. I wanted to pick up a chip while they were doing that. Oh my god, what is happening with me? Can I not use chopsticks anymore? Yeah, sorry guys. Give me a second. Well, it would appear that, ladies and gentlemen, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
Oh, fuck.
Believe it. After I come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh my god. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer. You delivered the report just now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me, with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are to be determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice.
That weird Southern Australian voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. Well, as well as I should be. Well, what? As well I would be, had I not been set up upon an errand. What errand? Hallie, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yeah, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. What's the matter, sir? I have some great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you? What say you this, Lord Von Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go anyway, wasting any more time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yep. Why are they so against us? You weirdos. Justice. Me justice. Very well, then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may even be too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. And then let's make the discussion as short as possible. Helly, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine really was just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for the appraisal of the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Not, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender futoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. That you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do that. Want to do what? You are want to do. Would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment, you were given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. Whatever could it be? The cat door maker? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah. Wagahai, what's up, dude? Look, I use this. Sorry. I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Aw, Sasato.
Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves. Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then? Mr. Sato used the cat flap-o-matic that night, but why? Time's up! Your 5 minutes is over. Oh, we're out of time already? When can I throw a glass of wine at my candle stand? I'm grateful to you for affording us the brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detectives. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me?
I need to be careful here. If I make one wrong move, the entire trial will end. Badly.
My lord, the defense requests... Time to think!
It's not good. I need time to think.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What a Mrs. Sato's gracious gesture.
Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to wait? Can we look at it? Phew! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so that I could get through any kind of door.
What the fuck? What are the two parts at the top then?
Oh, those are for attaching the hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Oh, right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors.
It sounds charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but I feel like the reality of the cat flap-o-mat is just a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai's adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Really? There has to be something here, right? Where? So it all goes in that direction, and then they attach by the hinge here. Nande? Doko? Doshite? I don't know. I actually don't know. Fully don't know. Anyways, we gotta try to look at.
Final piece of... This is no time for an action. This is the time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Bruno. What? Have you forgotten where we are at the trial? Ha!
The defense has nothing more to add. I think we should proceed with the education.
We want to hear from dude, right? For the cross-examination, yeah.
Wait, my lord.
The defense requests further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting leadership permission to interrupt the cross-examination! Oh, right! Yes. Thank you, officer. This is from like a while ago, too.
Thank you, officer. You're very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lordship.
So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination, Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. So you've been watching the entire time.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. This is crazy. This is crazy and scary. A single chance to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to one education. Is that clear, counsels? I will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! Why did he fall like that? Very Sholmes of him.
To stand so insouciant to stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of high fever. Man is either of has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little right now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Or Miss Susato. And I won't waste his final chance that Miss Susato has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well. And then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
While these ruffians were jostling around with the broker, I was near the shop of the entrance. That's when Mr. Winnebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, and he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole of the door, though. The accused in the black coat managed to shoot the man in the back. He was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. She then tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
His lordship is only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. But it's clear what piece of evidence it should be.
How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery?
Yes. At least that's what Mr. Shom said. I was only gone from the place for 5 minutes. When I went after the Skulkin brothers. What possible reason could Mrs. Sato have used Iris's contraption at a time like that? Could it be that she used... Could it be that what she did with the cat flapper-mat completely changes one of the key premises of this testimonies that... Really? Interesting. One of the key premises that this testimony is based off of. I really just need to look at it. Yeah, so it literally is just a a death machine. Oh my god. Look at that. That's a nightmare. That's someone's nightmare. Scary. There's a Pokemon like that. A compact machine used for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come in and out freely. When Windy Bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my... I can see him through the peephole through the door now. So it has to do with the storeroom door, right? Can I see a picture of the door? Actually, can I? Where is it? Let's see. Wait. Yes, the people didn't exist before. Oh my god, it's actually being brought up. But oh shit. I called that fucking 10 hours ago. Well, I didn't call it, but I did point it out, right? I was like, why isn't the people visible here? There was never a people in the first place. Oh, she made the hole in the wall. I pursued the man, but he showed himself inside the room. I could see him through the peephole door, though. This is it. She couldn't have tossed it out because there was no peephole to begin with. Right?
Objection!
What on earth is this eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat Flap-O-Matic, my lord. Flap-O-Mat. Why is it not Flap-O-Matic? It's a way for cats to get in and out of a room. I cut through any door you can use it, you can think of, and make it a little new door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come in and come and go as they please. Because small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
Oh, I'm sure we can work that out ourselves. But the cat lovers controversy has no possible relevance to the case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start off, there is no such cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats Not being keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described the function in another way. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
In two nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork, at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistants, and Sholmes.
Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. I used it because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked room.
That's ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. As I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What?
Counsel, please kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through at all.
What? No!
Yes, that's right.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst aware of the gravity of her actions.
This is the most serious crime of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddle with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. Is based upon that he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl's shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! Is there any credence to this revelation?
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realized.
Exactly. This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is.
Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything could cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's upside. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, cooey. Time for dinner.
Haha, Wagahai! Yay!
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. No, one does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean the people in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there is no way of you to prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapomat makes. The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at the Windbanks are an exact match. Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now my learned student friends turn to be lost for words, I feel. I do believe your judicial decision has already left the country for the Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true. And then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfectly fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Oh.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Vazix? It's very simple, my lord. The defendant argues that this peephole was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. That's true. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Ah, no, we know it though. Ryunosuke, we know it. I fucking called this like 12 hours ago when the trial was just starting. The peephole is more visible in one picture than the other. Why is that? The peephole didn't exist. I thought it was just them drawing, but no.
What up? I just want some. Excuse me. What was I saying?
Judge, is it now? Is now the right time to be eating?
Don't give up yet, Urino. No time over your own opening and forge your way through. You're eating too?
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial system in the world. Very well, the counsel of defense will present evidence to support the claim they made. Proof that the people in the door was...
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And necessary proof in this photographic print, counsel. In this print, shows a scene of the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claimed you have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. No! He had a red-white breakdown. Yay. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied by the defense has... the defense has substantiated its claim beyond any reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony is completely fallacious. And that's not the only thing we know. We now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. That's what you're focusing on? Not the fact that you said if he was wrong about this testimony, he was the killer. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Deeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim. You fucking said earlier! You are so up your own ass. It's crazy.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes. In fact, you look at the circumstances. I am the victim here.
Oh, please. No! This is so dumb!
I can't let this happen. I can't believe this.
But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one lies begets another. No, wait. That might have been the line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Fucking idiot.
Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Why don't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is white. One lie begets another. The inconsistency that is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They showed They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something that he shouldn't have known. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. I think it's right. Because here's the thing. I don't think he would have seen the girl. I don't think he would have seen Gina, no? That's my thought. He wouldn't have seen Gina in all this. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it to the people in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom?
What? Well, obviously,
The cat got your tongue. The cat got your tongue, witness. The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have been thoroughly examined them, all of them. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get it all through.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have had access to the shop? Oh, wow. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
That's true. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible?
And could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks?
Yeah, he's fucking leaking it, man.
Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. It's really nothing more than I can add to the testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not
all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Gregson, you bad, bad man!
Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you've just uttered are extremely serious implications? Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be.
Oh, Gregson! I thought you were cool! I thought we were gonna have like a nice... We were going to go to a pub, have like a scotch egg, you know, a couple beers, watch some soccer. What? Gregson!
Who's the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details about the scene of the crime to facilitate his false testimony?
Gregson! You fuck!
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me!
Objection!
You had better have had some proof to substantiate your rash claims, learned friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the past few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time that he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing about the people. It was only until Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. Are you suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received this information, so that he could commit perjury to save his own skin? Exactly. And the only person with the knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, huh? You tell me! What are you doing, man? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess, in any case. Had he forgotten?
Quite true.
Hold up, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, I thought I just heard something.
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they have been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly have occurred, except they did, right in front of us.
Oh, they happened!
Oh, I've just remembered something, Reno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there?
I think that it was when Ginny was testifying.
That's right. Oh, now that you mention it. It was when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime.
That's it! It was during that testimony.
I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector were having some kind of secret discussion. Oh, was I not supposed to point that out? I mean, I just did. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed.
You little torag, you're making this all up. I am a respectable Scotland Yard inspector crying out loud. Why would I do something like this? Why would I give away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Ah, an unlimited supply of fish and chips. I'm sure I not need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind with a witness would be a gross case of maleficence. Malfeasance.
Well,
Objection!
But it's on a defense to prove it, something like that. But it's becoming clear that jumping in within conclusions is a Nipponese student's specialty. Prove it. Whip it out.
what? I don't do that.
Whipping out things. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in order to support this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for.
That must be it.
Reno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that joins all the dots together in this puzzle.
Did he ask for the manuscript? Are you kidding me?
I must ask you for your answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Mr. Gregson made with the witness?
Yeah, the manuscript is the only thing that makes sense here, right? It's the only thing he cares about. I can't believe it. You lowlife. She's 10 years old. Are you kidding me? She totally asked for the manuscript, huh?
Take that!
This, my lord. This shows exactly what the deal was between these two men was about.
Well, Inspector...
Oh shit, is this wrong?
Dear me, it appear this answer is no way satiate your appetite.
Shit.
Some bite.
Shit.
You fucked up. You fucked up. Try again.
Whoopsies. Jump back in the past. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Yes, okay, yeah. I mean, it was either the manuscript. I thought... I mean, of course he cares about the manuscript of Iris's thing. But also, like, yeah, that makes sense too. If he demanded the... If Ashley demanded for the disc in exchange for something else, right? Sorry, I'm eating again. Okay. I'm hungry. And to be fair, I haven't had like American chips. At least American chips that I like in a long time. Sun chips are one of the few chips that I like super like. A lot of chips in America, they have no flavor. I don't know why. Like Lay's, a lot of Lay's chips don't have a lot of flavor, and that ticks me off. But like Sun chips, Pringles, Cheetos, anything that isn't just regular like potato chips, like lightly seasoned. Don't give me lightly seasoned potato chips. That's dumb.
Like, give me something like that. Yummy. Anyway, Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Right. What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Oopsies. I want to take a drink too. Yum. Okay. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. Magnus McGilded. The special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for those details of the case. You little... That's such a bad way of going about it, though. Are you kidding me? I didn't know we had an idiot as an inspector. Sorry. I'll take the L on that one. Like, seriously, how could you, man? Order. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever of Mikilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, Dad. He's mine. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mikilda has to be taken as evidence now. Excuse me. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked to the ministry and use it on QT. And to do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why. When I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not like that. Not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, is all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential information of the crime scene to the witness to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal struck between these two men. You're such a weirdo. Why is what the fuck? First of all, Susato should have told me about the peephole thing. Second of all, you're going about getting the second disc the worst way possible. Third of all, this guy's a racist. If, and I stressed if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc, as we speak, is here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person. Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only
They could only have struck a deal with each other if Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
Why ask for his opinion?
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against the Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, and this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that yours will be that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
It is. It's very serious.
It was you who fucking... You instigated this. Am I crazy? He instigated the whole fucking, like, we gotta do a search on him because he has the thing on him. And we were like, yeah. And then now he's like, oh, if you do this, now you've already said it. It's gonna happen. If we do it and he doesn't have it, that's all you, dog. And I'm like, yo, what the bullshit. Bullshit. You kidding me? This guy sucks.
He's slowly going down. I wanted to like him.
But this... What a dick. He's a poop.
What? Oh my god.
Indeed, if to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting to search?
I think we searched someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well,
don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land yourself in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Oh, well, very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspections. Haha. Oh, shit. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you!
Bruno is doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way.
What's up, young lady? Thank you. Fucking finally, Jesus. Fucking love this girl. She's like my daughter. Thank you. Oh my god, she's like my mother-daughter, kind of. I don't know. You're like... She's smarter than most of the people in this room. Which is wild to me.
Indeed, the court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? No, don't be so hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel... Do we search him? Right? We just search him, right? We just searched Mr. Frenchman. Enchanté, you know?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon.
Au contraire.
And so a brief body shirt was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual in his person at all. Fuck! Shit. It's not Graydon? Oh no! It's Ringo! Because or it's Nash, not Ringo.
Take that!
Because you strangled him earlier. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Blimey. Me? Him?
Very well, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector.
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objection carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense has the authority to object.
But, Lord Van Zeeks.
I have no idea what forces are on play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search!
Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. I didn't know nothing. I don't know about no disc. Cut it out!
Cut it out!
Ah!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket! I found this! Good lord, that's... another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it, nothing.
You guys suck. You guys are all weird. All of you. Ringo's okay. He kind of just got choked out and is kind of number 2 in this. That is the second music disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Yes. God, you suck. I can't believe how much you suck right now. Order. Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
George? Gordon Bennett. Gordon's flaming Benet. I swear, I don't know nothing about that disc, honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without a doubt, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior at a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Like, hey, I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and started shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing. I'd been born with me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make that detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when he got down to the station, is what he said. Yelled it right down me ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig.
Oh, so I forgot his voice.
He hit it.
You.
I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc after he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another person's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Shush, right? My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As we are far aware, the information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in this court, you took steps to hide the disc you acquired from the witness.
Does that mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him and slipped the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all just pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you in this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly, Austin visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I am under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit.
Wow, you are adamant.
Murder, leaking of government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is of this Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what avenues that was about.
You. What? God damn it. It is amazing how persistent you are.
This guy sucks.
Well, you must have Gresham. You're eating too. Some chips are good. Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? He can't answer that, right?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as a member of the public of this divine country,
I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when making your decision.
It's something like if he doesn't get an innocent here, he's gonna leak the secrets or something like that. Which does put him in a tough spot. Also, it might be related to our Russian friend here. Not NGL, you know, NGO.
It's all quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in concluding a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury to the final leadings.
Well, now. As fellow servant of our queen and country, I must say I sympathize with our old inspector.
Yes, he's quite the dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Yeah. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very trust in my eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either prove that Grady killed Mr. Winniebank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time. What the fuck? I impose on the jurors their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence that you have thus not presented to the court.
Yeah. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty.
So there's no choice, Reno. Reno, you have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present against Gregson? Or who do I present against? Gregson or Is this it? Are we finally gonna do it? Are we gonna present? Because the only thing that I can think we present is the Basker Hounds, or the Baskerville script, right? We present it to Gregson. This has to be it. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What's it then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force my hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Take that!
What on earth is this, counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Shit. Really? Really? It wasn't that? The Hounds of the Baskervilles. That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley forbids me from publishing it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Yeah, I did read that all that already. Allow cats to come and go freely. And don't leave it to jury. I can't possibly decide this. I think I could leave this in the jury's capable hands and say, no, Runo. Look how far we come. This is the final stretch. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard. Just before you do, you desire an explosive punishment for the weakest of decisions, yeah. I mean, I knew. Of course I knew. Of course I knew. Of course I knew. Why wouldn't I have known? I mean, Graydon's not gonna admit it. Graydon's not gonna admit at any point. So we present something to Gregson. But it's not the manuscript. The small box, those signs of trauma. Oh, are we gonna present the box to him? Yeah, because that's the only thing.
Take that!
Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Got it. Goodness, the disc, Counsel.
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
But because, it's because it's got nothing to do with the case. That's all.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now that we have the chance to confirm the theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If we're going to let the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
So do you admit the charge? In that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
You don't dare.
And I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Yeah, that better struck a chord with you. Yeah, he said the right thing. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Ooh! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. He has a buckle at the bottom of his shoe. You see that? In this courtroom, my job, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Yeah, no, yeah. There you go. Finally, we agree on something. Very well, the defense stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Wow, you guys are in a tough spot now, huh? Oh, listen to that! It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code! It sure is. Hold it!
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up.
Get fucked! Sick. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box, Dix? Sorry. Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop. What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly as the Easton lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess, we stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You are the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable if will soon become very public indeed.
I see. Your hand was forced, huh? I do wonder what the severity of the secrets were.
I couldn't let the information go public. No, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and I told him the details of the case that should have been put to him clearly, put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, and yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. You fuck!
I did. And it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank.
You.
Whoa. Traitor! Oh shit! Whoa! Woo! Ah! Whoa! Hey, are we really letting this happen? Oh, he was choking on a chip. Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! He's trying to kill the inspector in front of us! And that's it then. That's all over. That's what... No, it isn't. Oh my god, it isn't. I despise my life growing up.
Those slums were vile places. I was cursed from birth
born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had left had never been spent on me. So I set about to study, to better myself, and to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
Yeah, right? Like, you were living a pretty good life until now. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
It isn't obvious, because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up at the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. With more money than anyone who lived in that splendor could ever imagine. And then one day, I met him. My father, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a quiet talent. So you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me for a little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and Mr. McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task.
Sorry. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
Well, you managed to realize the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to assure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
I'm sorry. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would have been sufficient to create a machine that could create Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I had seen him since I left the slum 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man from the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted himself like I had. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. All you need to do is make some music disc for me.
Music disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
Aw.
That's how I made them. That's how I had them make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information into two. You are taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. One first involved the first of two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Mr. McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange for the second disc?
Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he was reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't seem quite right, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give my 200 to my father for his troubles.
But father realized that something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
Aww. Mason. He was just trying to be I think he was just trying to be a good father.
that was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from him, McGill did. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. And all I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out about what sort of monster Miguel really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Wow, yeah, well, it is a revenge plot, huh?
Revenge?
As anyone, even with the remotest knowledge of the man, will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money after my dealings with McGilded by then. I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had showed me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you'd have to picture it now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
Really?
A tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
We kind of deserved it. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not too inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, I saw I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Ah. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter.
An imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with the matter of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him to a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
Wow. A spine-chilling account indeed.
That wasn't the end of it for me. It was a loose end, you see.
A loose end.
Gina? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Yes. Oh. There was no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the two discs. This is the first of the 2 discs. And the music box, you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention.
So then, as promised.
So as promised, 2 guineas for you, old man. You young man.
What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery.
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket. It is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch for it. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely obscure vault.
Did he lie? Was there actually a disc in there?
So I knew that if you had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be to the pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted someone to the ticket.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From trial. The pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see it. I realized immediately that she was another one of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had strong suspicions of the girl. Would come out of the woodwork from the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat, and one of the discs was in the pocket. An all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was already unaware. I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigations into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. And then we started gathering the fella's possession and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. But we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me from the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure that the music box and the second disc were there at the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against the time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place at the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night at the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo was searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? Bang!
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
Sorry, I'm like losing the voice. It's just turning into like every other voice that I'm doing, just low. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
Bang!
Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I had intended to fire him in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for the both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo did even realize what happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night.
Ah, really? It was because you were being greedy and just wanted money. That's all this comes down to, right? Can we go all white, please? Can you guys vote not guilty? This guy's guilty. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth to influence and distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. He's no... What tragic irony. Because he's the exact same, right? He's doing the same thing. For what you have done is exactly the same, yeah. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes. I think I have.
He's gonna die now. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Grix. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check something real quick. I'm checking. Check something real quick. Oh god, there you go. I think it's fine. I just had to check something real quick. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and he's currently being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windbank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, my lord. Of course.
What transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
I think it's time for a final adjudication. That's what it is. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garradib Squadron standing by, sir. Now, this is really it now. Last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty. Huh? Sorry, what we do?
It's like, Villic.
That's the stuff. Look, I'm off the hook. Finally, Reno, you've managed to shit. You managed to shit. What? You finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You are the best lawyer in the world.
Susato.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to today's trial, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I've never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat while you were in your cell yesterday or anything.
And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contains a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly the most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Yes, drink in my honor, you racist.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Aha! Very sorry about that. And it was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done, so...
If I may so do that point.
Isn't that...
About the sounds produced by the music box before, I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes, in fact.
Goodness, madam.
An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you going off yet a nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired by Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crime, we have no need to pursue this matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah,
me lord.
me lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
Appealing experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I didn't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I worked something out to you today. And the world ain't fair. But if you want to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to start how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Game 2.
Gina, you've been accused of murder again? Who'd you kill this time?
The head justice.
Oh, what? You killed Mr. What's his name?
Armstrong? What's his name?
Strongheart? Now, with regard to the murder of Miss Pop Windenbank, proprietorship of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, 'Not guilty!' Yay!
Yay! Oh, finally. Jesus, man. Fireworks! Fireworks do not exist at this point. Aw. Yay. That's cute. I mean, in a world where Iris exists, I guess anything can kind of exist, right? Those two, Holmes and or Sholmes and Iris, they're kind of a power duo. That is all. Court is adjourned. Bam! Oh, finally. Now we're gonna have a 2-hour epilogue. Oh shit! Whoa. Why are you still here? Don't you know that maybe it's the time zone differences between us? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, you saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent of judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case to be for a very simple reason, to lock swords with you once again here in this courtroom. Really, you did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh, through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the men I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn of the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from the service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my Lord Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Wow, we said a whole lot of nothing during that. Bruno, you're back! Hey, I just had the weirdest encounter. He started, like, talking to me about, like, some guy he knew before. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. What? Where's Iris disappeared to? Hey, Gina. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed me. Right to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one's ever, as before, you see. Kept the promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I've had a taste of it in this trial 2 months ago.
I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I've worked out something quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise of learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you when it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded. And your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think you have to thank... I think I have you to thank me for... what the fuck am I saying? What are you saying? I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Stop bringing him up, man. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Stop! Why he did the proud like dad like shoulders on hand and smile at me. Ryunosuke just starts crying in the middle of the antechamber in front of Gina. Mr. Nara Odo. Am I turning out to be the lawyer that you believed I could be? Pardon the intrusion. Oh shit, if it isn't Mr. Sholmes. The other bailiff looked at him. What are you doing, man? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice! Now, Mr. Naruhodo! I've been standing here patiently in the corner of this room for an eternity! Ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along! I would have said it when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your insistent babbling! Mr. Sholmes! Ha ha ha, yes, it is me all along, you say? Yes, there's your usual attire. I assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man, and he happily issued me for a leave of absence. How above the board. Well, enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having us snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, that's true. But I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Oh, well, naturally. It isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was in he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel. Myself.
Huh? Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, I'm upstairs or who knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have the wrong end of the stick.
He won't have the wrong end of the stick.
There are some codes like that big bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure they got what they deserved.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles. You see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Jaina.
Ah,
Well,
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, oh my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise, and I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about it. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
don't look like I'm going nowhere. Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the Judge Pater. I've got stuff to make amends for apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bug trotter's stuff while he was in the lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I got to do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! Your present carriage has arrived, ma'am. Please come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo?
Yeah? Oh, Don't do it. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. So, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well, that. Thanks, Odo. Aw. Thank you for everything. For what you done. For believing in me. None at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Off to prison now. Bye-bye. Aw. Well, there she goes. I wonder if we'll ever get to see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like to see the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day more.
Wait, Dover? Susato!
That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still be in time to wave Susie off. Oh, we get to see Susato.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Oh, who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I'm merely making my knowledge of them known to the man, and he'd happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people like that.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
Let's go. You have to see Susato again. 18th of April, 5:32 p.m. or a.m. Port of Dover. Quayside. Quayside? Wait, it took us like 12 hours to get here. Right?
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, it's not dinner time.
Susie's boat might be about to leave soon.
Mr. Sato, where are you?
Oh, look, she's just, wow, she really stands out. Over there, look.
It looks like she's reading something.
Oh! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that the sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted.
Ah!
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Ah!
The book that you were about to throw into the sea. That's your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh, dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Investigation part 5, I see. There's a whole nother part of the case. What?
You were saying goodbye to law, you, Susato-san. I would be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable.
I mean, yes, you should have told us about the people in a more direct way. And also, you should have, like, put it in, like, an official document, you know, submitted it to the people, you know. I'm sure the head chief could have, like, made a exception for you. Because you were leaving, you know, the whole... What? Okay.
What I did was utterly forgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remembered. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Of the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh yes, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, then you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun if I could take the cat flap-o-matic.
Cap flat-a-map. Flap-a-map. Flap-a-mat? Flap-a-mat.
So I put it in my sleeve.
Really? That's really heavy.
And I think I'd rather forget about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Bang!
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
I see. I hear you.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think that doors started to play in my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Chino was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, that little device that I had in my sleeve sprang into mind.
The mind. The one and only.
I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flap-a-mat to make a peephole in the door.
As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. The information that would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. it made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in such a case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim to falsify to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah.
For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole that I had made actually wasn't there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned it because that you made a peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know. I knew that at the time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could have saved him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the entire escapade.
Ah,
I see. Really? Yeah, it does. I understand what she means by that. It wouldn't. In my mind, it wouldn't. But I understand where she's coming from.
And you know how... And you could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Interesting. So even in this game, there's themes of like the law being kind of backwards, right? Something about the law being kind of wrong. Even in this game, huh? That is a major like plot point in the Phoenix Wright games, kind of the law being fucked up.
And it's even here, huh? That's interesting.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole in a way to implicate Gina.
And besides, if that peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, from my regrets.
I thought we were gonna have like a... You also gave me this? So...
Well, we all must be thankful for Miss Lestrade's freedom, to be sure.
Yes, exactly. Although, there are some loose ends in that trial that will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all. We are talking about secret government communications. No doubt that they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood by those who would have interpreted it.
In cipher, I see. So
So then we can never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... Huh? Huh? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? I can't believe he's coming back up again! Asogi! Kazuha! Why do they keep bringing you up? Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi. That's the name of my best friend. What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. When the message was played on the music box. God, you're a fucking genius. You're like right up there with Ginny. You're so cool. You're so cool. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English, at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important in the international communications. If each country has its own Morse code. Yeah, if each country has its own Morse code, how are they communicating like across the giant wire across the sea? Like, yeah, right? Just learn the English one. And I feel like everyone's gonna learn the English one. And the English one is the one that's gonna be translated the most, or it's gonna be the transcribed the most, and then it's translated into the other Morse codes. Then I recommend, dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. But be them as it may, Irish, just show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sasato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the Japanese Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 people. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why is his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Tobias Gregson. Oh my god. Oh, Gregson. That would be Tobias Gregson is the man on the name of that list. What is his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Iris's dad? The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, it is! Wait, yeah, it is. Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. But after the 4 names it reads, if I translate it from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you needed to note, or what you noted down, Iris. I can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? And not to mention a strange list of disturbing familiar names. It would appear that this particular message has is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Reno come from. Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But I can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Mrs. Sato, I had hoped you had always been I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the best, very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I have yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you until then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Budia, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe still half asleep. That wasn't the first time. We met during my trial. If I remembered rightly, you threw me half across the cabin with a societal takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together, as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mr. Sato. Stop bringing him in front of me, man. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No. I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Bye-bye. Is it gonna set sail or we're gonna run off? Oh yeah, it's a cutscene. Wrong!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Wagahai's here too.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Sholmes, whip out a boat.
Me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Fucking you.
After all,
I can't hear you from all the way over here, Mr. Sholmes.
friends in the world on my side.
I do wonder if they'll make a third game, right? It makes me wonder. I hope they do. Well, I've only finished the first one, right? Oh shit, hi. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. We don't have a way back. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, the other trains all had to wait at the stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh? What?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato.
You love defending yourself in court. Huh? Alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear. Oh, we're gonna do it.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say.
Objection!
Yay. Is that the end of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures 1? Shu Takumi. What a dude. I love this guy. I'm glad that he... Oh, shit. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street all over the Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered all of them myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mrs. Sholmes to solve an important case. And with the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance in comparison. Oh, shit.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Yasumasa Kitagawa. Music person. Nice. Good job, you. Oh, shit.
I witness your testimony! It's riddled with contradictions!
Exactly, rarely do Cobalt cards hired under various stakes themselves.
Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling his father fair?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to the shore in Shanghai, I laid low on steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give one guy's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kins on board, and he's suddenly a hardened criminal? That's not fair!
I didn't know this until recently. So Seki Natsume is an actual, like, person? He's like an actual Japanese author. I had no idea. And he's based on, and that's the character he's based on. Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed with the tenets of order and discipline. like the green cloak, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together with perfect thought. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. You are not important. You ended up being not that important. I hope you are. I hope you'll be important at some point.
The latest Rant's magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. You want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame.
Yeah, even after the fact of what you did last trial was kind of fucked. Also, why are you here? This is a crime scene, man.
I've been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joey, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stares every day has been doing wonders for my dinky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hoping this gossiping neighbors didn't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Yeah, do your own work, man. I like to hear... Fucking do it, man. I like to hear that.
My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. So she's in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now. Looking out for Londoners, dropped their hen pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, God. I do hate these two. Well, you tampered with a crime scene. Come on, man. You're already back on service? A whole service. Well, to be fair.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a nattering, so it ain't too boring. She's always going about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Sorry, I forgot your voice again. I try my best, Gina. I really do. I like you. I really do.
Oh yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. What the regrets? Please.
Give it over, bruv. It ain't Ash we used to know. We got time in here to to come back Miverton and Skulk and Milk Run.
Three must go. What's it?
Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
Wow, you guys are sharing the same cell? I guess so. Also, your thing healed. Your arm healed. That's nice.
This past 6 months has been the time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Aw. Man, I like Susato too. I like all the main characters in this game, really. Oh, the Daruma's eye is still not filled in though. Are we zooming in on the Daruma right now? Oh no. Ah, what a picture. Yo, show him. Stop taking up like a third of it, man. Yeah, I like all the main characters in this game. I think everyone who's like presented itself as a main character, my least. Ah! Ah! Oh. Cosma. there is 100% going to be a point where he just stops walking with us. Almost 100%. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that. What is his name? Detective Man was a character. I thought he was going to stay with us in Great Britain, but I guess not. You. I forgot about you. Yeah, you did exist. What happened to you? Omnibus Japan? That's what the recording station is called? You walk with us, Susato. Come on. You don't walk with us? Oh. Aw. Well, he really doesn't stop here? Wait, he's walking ahead. He's walking ahead. He's walking ahead. I'm scared. Because this is his trial. Kazuma! You fuck! You! It's just like... It's just soccer just as they're walking by. Bitch! Oh, the sword! Come on. Oh, never mind. My sword now. Also, I have an armband now. Yep. Ah. Yeah, she's behind us. Look. Yeah, you weren't that important, Strongheart. I don't want to. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You three. I'm a gilded. Bye-bye, McGilded. Good riddance, man. Oh, Janet Sue. That name sounds familiar. Are you gonna walk with us? You are. You're gonna be behind me. There you go. You fucked us over, Gregson. Fuck you, Gregson. Couple number 1. The couple that actually like each other. Couple number 2. File. Saseki. Hi, Saseki. Oh, we're making space for one more. In the back. Yeah, they really do set itself up well for like a sequel, right? I mean, they say like this is only the first volume of Ryunosuke Naruhodo's story. I really do like that scene with Gina. I really do. Bye bye, Ginny. Don't do anything. It's amazing how all of them kind of walk. Ryunosuke and Shomes are walking at the same pace. Look at them. They're all walking at like kind of fast pace, and then there's Susato. They did the snap at the end. Oh, what a game. That is Great Ace Attorney Adventures 1. What is the second game called? I don't know. We're gonna play the second game next. Ah! Ah! I miss him. Well, well, well. That was Resolve. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Oh shit. I just closed it. I should have picked the other option. But yeah, what a game, man. Oh gosh, it made me so sad. Yeah, how do I feel about the game? It's hard to put my thoughts of this game into words because it's, well, first of all, there's a lot. There's a lot of the game to talk about because I do think there are a lot of the final oh, that's actually the last case. I have a very strict feeling that I'm going to feel very sad. That I'm going to be feeling extremely sad when we finish this series. But yes, that has been the great Ace Attorney Adventures 1, the first game. Adventures is the first game, Resolve is the second game. Next time, we're probably going to play the second game. I kind of don't want to dilly-dally on it. I just want to jump straight into the next game. Man, but let me just kind of pour out my thoughts on the first game. Extremely well done. I really like that game. Gosh. It is, yeah, it's among it's like Phoenix Wright wise. Let's put it Phoenix Wright wise, it's probably it is a very good game. It is an extremely good game. It might, is it top 2? Top 3? Might be top 3. Oh no, I think it's definitely top 2. The really good like Phoenix Wright games in my mind, right? Trials and Tribulations. Was there any of the ones in the Apollo Justice series that I super liked? Like super liked, I mean. Not really. None of them stand out in my mind. No. It's like Trials and Tribulations. And then Edgeworth 2. The top 3 is in no particular order is Trials and Tribulation, Edgeworth 2, and this game 100%. Like no, Professor Layton was really good too. I really like Professor Layton actually. Like I super liked it. It makes me sad remembering Professor Layton now, and versus Phoenix Wright. That game was so good. I wish I could experience that, like that story and their story forever. Really. But yeah, it's up there. This game is very good. The starting it and going into it is amazing. Like you're jumping into, you're going into Ryunosuke's story as like, you're either going into it as like you've never played any of the other Phoenix Wright games, or you've played the other Phoenix Wright games. But I think everybody kind of has the same stance when you start it up. You don't know what to expect, right? It's a new character in a new time period, in an unfamiliar kind of setting, right? And you're dropped into this you know, you're dropped into the very stereotypical like, oh, you've been accused of the thing. Yeah, right? That happens a lot in these games. And you're forced to defend yourself, right? Or you're not forced to. Not in Kazuma's in Ryunosuke's case, his first case, you're not forced to defend him. But it's there. The intent is there. But I think the first case of this game is very good. Compared to every other case, I think the first case of this game does a really good job, does a very good job at making you feel smart. And kind of setting it up so that, because especially when Susato comes in with the thing, and you're reading it and you're like, this means this, right? I think it's very important and a very clear thing to establish. My only problem with the first case, now that I'm remembering it, doesn't make sense in a lot of senses. Does not make a lot of sense in a lot of ways. Specifically with the lady under the table shooting him and nobody not noticing ever, right? Is kind of like there's a extravagant lady in like a blue cap going under a table. Like, how are you not noticing that? Anyone? But yeah. Other than that, it's a good introductory case. You have your signature like Pain character, you know. Instead of his name isn't Pain, it's Ouchie. Fun. But yeah, it's a decent case. I like the villain. I do like the villain. I just didn't like the way it was not presented, but the way it was concluded. Kind of the kind of that one like logic leap kind of fucks me over. And then the masterpiece that is fucking chapter 2. That trial's so good. That whole case is so good. I didn't think you could make an investigation only chapter like, I don't know, impactful, very like, like it fucking played with me. But yo, that fucking game or that fucking trial and that case broke me, man. You know, cause you're made to care about this guy, and he talks to you. He's like your best friend, and he talks to you, and he's genuinely like a good guy. And you're like, all you do is like fucking root for him, and you're like, yes, we're buddies. And then you're like, something bad happens to him, and then you're like, oh no. And then you realize that like the whole thing, the reason why it happened in the first place was because he wanted to talk to you about something, but it was a misunderstanding, and it was really, really fucking heartbreaking. Really. I think that'll be probably one of my... I think Kazuma and a lot of the characters in the game in general are like some of my favorite in any media, really. Kazuma is so fucking cool, man. I miss him every day. But yeah, like Kazuma as like a character that you're meant to like care about and root for, as like, especially as like a self-insert main character, like, or as a main character, right? That you kind of see yourself in a position as like Ryunosuke. Man, all you can do is just fucking root for him, because you, especially if you play the other Phoenix Wright games, you know his heart is in the right place. Kazuma, you know his heart is in the right place, but gosh, even just thinking about back on that now is so like so harsh. And then the whole thing where he was like, where was he looking when he wanted to consult somebody with something, and you know the girl thought that he was looking at the cord when he was actually looking at the closet is so hard. I did cry during that. It was so good. I fucking hated it, but it does the job. It does its job so well. And I am grateful for the game for giving me that, really. But, and then we get to the other half of the game, right? Chapter 3 is kind of weird because it's a setup to Chapter 5. I wouldn't even count it as his own... Actually, no, it is his own chapter, but it is a major setup to Chapter 5. I would say, I don't know if this is a hot take, the game takes a major steep here. Not major steep, but, you know, after you play the chapter that is Chapter 2, it's really hard to match that. It's really hard to match that. Chapter 3 was it was it's a trial only. It's another setup trial. It is the setup trial. It sets up, you know, you land in Britain, you're with Susato, and hey, come do this trial that this guy has no lawyer for, right? And you do it, right? And it you do it. It's trial only. You get all the evidence in court, and but you have this like sense of unease. I guess that's what it is. I don't think it's about like the quality of the actual like murder, right? I don't think that's what that is. That is purely like a setup. Like something is happening in the something is being set up in Britain that you are going to have to fight with later, and that's exactly what happened in chapter 5. That's exactly what happens in chapter 5. I mean, right? And I think to judge 3 solely as its own case is unfair. But if we did, right, eh, it's it feels like a purely bad trial, you know? Not a purely bad, but it there's like a sense of like something's not right, right? There's a sense of something's not right, and that's and I would say that feels bad, right? But the intention of it, right? It makes sense. The intention of it is there. Like it's meant to make you're not supposed to like McGilded. You're not. Right? You're not supposed to like McGilded. Gina, you start off as like a great character because it's like, what are you doing? Why did you bomb it? Why like and then like everything about you then the whole like you're throwing McGilded into like doubt about things and you're like, is this right? And then he's like, what are you doing? Right? He's like it's very that's meant to happen, right? And I appreciate it, but it's definitely at the bottom of the list of trials. 4 is kind of weird too. You're introduced to Saseki, who I think you're supposed to like, and you're supposed to know, but I really didn't know him at the time. I didn't know who he was, so I was like, this random ass dude with a cat that has a cool cat. That's who this guy is, and I kind of to me it's very forgettable. Chapter 4, you know, I think it's supposed to illustrate kind of Naruhodo's actual resolve towards like and kind of mentality towards like defending people, and I can appreciate that as a Kazuma stan. I can appreciate that, but just not the quality of the trial is kind of what was wrong with me. You know, I didn't think there were a lot of like giant turns. I didn't think there were a lot of big changes, or not big changes, but like big like gotchas in that game. That was like, or in that trial that got me. You know what I mean? It felt very straightforward. Like everything was kind of cookie cutter. It felt like if there was a first trial in Britain, that's what that case was. And then chapter 5. I'm very conflicted about this one because if I'm being honest, it felt very not short. Short's not the right word, but it felt very like not even long either. It just felt so like uncomplicated and it felt weird. Because I feel like I went into that trial expecting some kind of big conclusion, you know? Like some big like world changing like conclusion to happen with you know, I don't know what they would have set up for. Maybe with Strongheart. Maybe that's what I anticipated, Strongheart. But no, it was just like some random like it didn't feel as climactic as I wanted it to, I think is what it is, right? You know, it was just some guy who wanted to get revenge on McGilded, you know, and I think the main course of it is like it's supposed to represent the kind of the flaws of Britain, of British law, right? I think it's supposed to, because you know, the whole thing about great what is his name? Ashley. The whole thing about Ashley and his kind of the way he did things and how he did his crime is not that far off from how Miguel did his crime. I think that's what it was trying to illustrate. But
it also tried to illustrate him as like a sad, like, oh, you're supposed to feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for him at all. Maybe there's something I just don't understand. But yeah, it just didn't feel right, and it didn't feel climactic. Every other thing about the case though, besides the case itself, I feel like the case itself kind of just like, it's whatever. But everything else surrounding the case was really good. I really like the characters. I really like how they developed some of the characters. I really like, the endings, kind of the epilogue ends of it. I like the arc that we go through during the investigation. I like the messages and the stuff that they say there. But other than that, like the case itself is kind of Like honestly, I always thought that the guy had his, honestly, the entire time I thought there was something with like there was something with Gina hiding in the box with the manuscripts. I thought there was something with that. I thought there was something with the door, the peephole, and someone opening the peephole and then shooting him through the peephole. I thought that was something. But no. It just felt very and it didn't make sense to me either. Visualizing it, just like, I thought you were sitting next to the stands. I thought Ashley was standing next to the stands, but then he got shot. He got shot as he grabbed it, right? Grabbed the thing. And then, as soon as the guy turned and went into the room, right? He shot him, but then he would have to be further. He'd have to run like in the opposite direction of the shelf and then shoot him and then leave. Right? Which is weird. It's so weird. Also, how did the blood get there? How is there no other blood anywhere? Right? That's I feel like there's a lot of wrong in that. And honestly, it feels kind of bad. It feels kind of bad. But I can throw it a bone, right? This game, despite being a very good game, like overall it's a very good game. I really like the game. I really like the game for what it is, and what it sets itself up to be. Especially like that, I've heard that the next game is so good, and I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for it. I'm ready to just sit down and be like, yes, fuck yeah, I love this game. I'm ready for that. However, I will say it is hard if you want to look at the game individually and case by case wise. Case 2 carries this game pretty hard. Case 2, both the contents of the case and the story behind the case carry this game hard. Not to say that the story of the rest of the game isn't good, but the cases from the other cases are just kind of to me. I also did not like how they did case 5. That one testimony. Did not like it. But yeah, this is the longest I've streamed in a very long time, almost 9 o'clock at night. But this game, it got me. I'm in. I'm in, man. So let me talk about the schedule. Let's talk about schedules, and then I will deuce out for today. So thank you everyone for watching. Today is Thursday. We played the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. We finished it today, so that means my Thursdays are now free. Not. We're going to be playing next Thursday. We will be playing the Great Ace Attorney Resolve 2. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. And that'll be happening next Thursday, but that is not the actual next stream. The actual next stream will be on Saturday, and it most likely will just be Terraria, because I have been feeling, that's what I've been feeling recently. I've been feeling some Terraria vibes, and I just want to go through and play some master mode, First time, kind of just chill out. Saturdays are kind of the chill out days, kind of just to do whatever, right? So that'll be on Saturday. And then the stream after that will be on Tuesday, and we'll be playing Spiritfarer again, which we are going through that game. I don't know. I think I talked about it. We're going through that game pretty slowly right now, but we'll be done within at least by next month at least. So
if you want to see people die, emotional storytelling, but kind of chill, super like, yeah, super chill and resource management, kind of learning about people's stories and maybe caring about them. Animals. That's what happens on Tuesday. But the next actual stream will be on Saturday. The next Ace Attorney stream will be on Thursday, and then Spirit Fair is on Tuesdays. Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday. That's the schedule. That's always the schedule. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays are always my schedule. If you don't know it, get a calendar. Just like look at it. It's a pattern. It's a pattern that I've been doing for 2 years now. So please. So yes, thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you guys stopping by. I always have fun playing games, just in general. Like I say, I do streaming and play games just so I have an excuse to kind of be funny with myself, you know. And if other people find that fun, yeah, sure. And if they want to join in the jokes, yeah, sure. That's why I stream. But yeah, that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm gonna go here. Loud music now. Alright, people. That'll be it for me today. I'm tired, so it's 9 o'clock. This is the longest I've streamed in so long, but I think I've got the code. So that'll be it for me today, guys. I'll see you guys when I see you guys again. Okay? Bye bye everyone.